everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And tonight, we have a lot to talk about. That's right. Are you ready for the 2023 era? The Financial Survival Guide. It just doesn't start tonight. It's already been ongoing because you here are way ahead of the curve and you know why you're ahead of the curve. And we're going to still talk about some more ways to be ahead of the curve because it's not going to get any easier out here, ladies and gentlemen, but you're going to be prepared. And welcome. Stop struggling now, gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. And once again, thank you so much for being here because you can be anywhere on a Friday evening. But before we start thinking selfishly, we need to share the video because we help people here. So please share the videos. You never know who you're going to be able to help. You never know if somebody's even looking for help, but you just never know. That's the point. And when it comes to what's about to happen in 2023 and beyond, which is kind of somewhere where we've never gone before, potentially, well, they need all the arsenal they can have at their disposal. So please share the videos. And once again, smash that like button so the YouTube guys know that you're in the house. Let's see who's here, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Laverne Penix is in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream, where he has the icon next to his name, which means he's a member of the channel. Thank you so much for being here. And he brings his tagline tonight. He says, hello, SSN Nation. I hope everyone is doing well. The streets were bloody today. I got the notification and the YouTube trailer. Ladies and gentlemen, he brings up a very good point. If you receive the YouTube trailer as your subscriber or a member of the channel, please let us know. And if you saw the trailer, please let us know. Thank you for that as well. And Laverne Penix, he's also known as Mr. Cool here, ladies and gentlemen, in the SSN Nation. And that is also pretty cool. Cassie Wilson, welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Very happy to see you in the house tonight. We love you. Thank you so much. I love you as well. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. Let's see. Laverne Penix says, I'm having a little small delay. Are you aware of the news from Debtbox? Starting in January, you have to have a VBox hosting. If you don't purchase it, you will no longer earn rewards. Yes, Laverne Penix. I was just getting ready to do some due diligence tomorrow on Saturday about this whole VBox hosting nonsense. This is not very good news, in my opinion. It's almost like I raised my eyebrows and moved my head sideways and was like, oh, here we go again. How did I know? Because in case people don't know, the Debtbox node, you have a couple of options at the beginning, and you either could become a member and you pay a small fee just for membership. But if you wanted to refer other people, then you're going to be spending over $100 per month. So I was under the impression that that was a fee for the mining regardless. And now we're finding out you might have to pay those fees and additional fees. I'm like, hold on. That defeats the whole purpose. If I'm going to pay $100 per month, that's $1,200 a year. I can get a return on $1,200 a year, and I can get a return every month by just buying dividend stocks. Maybe I won't get the upside that we ultimately can receive, But I'm not too happy about it because we can get 17%, 18, 20% return and go to bed at night. I don't have to keep giving out money every month to maintain something that's supposed to give me money. That's almost like, speaking of dividend stocks, if I get, let's just use 20% return on any money I put in, and they say, hey, Eric, give us $2,000, and then every year we're going to give you 20%. I would be like, okay, so you're going to send me $400 a year. And so that's what you're signing up for, right? And then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 months later, they go, oh, well, see, just to maintain your account, it's going to cost you $100 per month. You're going to be like, what are you talking about? Why would I sign up for that? So let's figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm going to delve into it. But I'm not happy when I hear people all of a sudden start talking about, I'm going to charge you for something that shouldn't actually be charged. That's part of what you bought the system for, as far as I'm concerned. So anyhow, we'll deal with that analysis when we reach it, which will be next week. It'll be Christmas week. So I don't know if I'll get into it, but I'm going to find out more about it tomorrow, because there's no way that if you're not making $200, $300, $400, $500, how are you supposed to give them $100, $200, or $300 or more? That's ridiculous. All right, we'll get into it, but that's the way I look at it so far, just without knowing the full ramifications of what they're trying to do. But I'll know it as of tomorrow. All right, so we will see. Maria is in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Very happy to see you here during this holiday season. And she brings her tagline today. Hello, Eric and SSN family. I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you have been doing well as well. I got the notification and trailer. That's 2 people, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much. And oh, by the way, AKA Mrs. Cool is also Maria Barnes. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. See, in the house, Laverne Penix is going to tell me a little something. That V-Box is very expensive. It can see $700. That will cover up to 20 licenses. I don't really care about 20 licenses. If you don't have, I still don't understand. It's irritating. Irritating. All right. That's, and I'm going to get into some other things regarding that, but it's still irritating. $700. That's ridiculous. Most people don't have 20 licenses. Most people don't have 10. Most people don't have 5. So now somebody's going to pay $700 so they can get, well, I don't know what the returns are, but the coin prices have token prices have went down. So therefore it's half price. So how's somebody going to get $1,000 a year, $1,500 a year, and then they say, oh, you're going to give us $700? That's ridiculous. That defeats the purpose. People bought these licenses for $1,000, $1,500, $2,500, $6,000, $4,500 by themselves, and they have to be in the membership with IX Global, whether that's $45 or $50 or $120, $145, $180 per month. And now you want me to throw in another $700? It's almost like that's insane. Like I said, $700 there, $1,000 over here. Or more, actually. So it's $2,000 a year, which goes into nothing but a license. Actually, let's break this down, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? This is what we have to do, because this is what's going to happen in 2023 and 2024 when the economy starts slowing down and things start getting a little tighter. You have to start calculating where your money's going, and is it worth it going there? But look here. So he brings it up. It's $700. I thought it was $750, but it's $700. If it cost, like, okay, right now, XPLR costs $2,250 just to buy it. But I also have to buy it through IX Global. So that means it's going to cost me roughly $2,300. They're proposing that I also pay an additional $700. So that's $3,000 for mining. Okay. Now, I just looked earlier today to see what was going on. $4.50 a day at the present mining. $4.50 times 30 is like 100 and what is that? $135 or something a month. This better not be 700 a month. I know that. I don't know if it is or not, so you'll have to let me know. But even then, I'm not liking it. Even if I don't have to pay anything additional, I paid 700. I'm still paying more for my monthly membership at IX Global right now. So this is defeating the whole purpose. $130 times 12. What is that? 150, 145. We'll go round up. 150. I mean, sorry. 1,500 per year. But I'm going to be paying 700 per year in that. I'm going to also be spending 1,200 a year for IX Global. So I'm still negative. For what? That makes no sense. But like I said, I'm going to delve into this a little bit deeper because this makes zero sense and quite. And now if you have three licenses, what does that mean? Okay, $750, 3, I don't have to pay. I don't know what this is. Just let me know if it's annually. But either way, I don't like it. I don't like it. That's the cost of doing business. I don't like it. I mean, they have the cost of doing business. All we did was buy a license. They were supposed to do their part with the royalties, making their business deals. And now the cost should have been shared from when we pay our monthly fees at IX Global. Some of that cost should have been shared with the debt box, as that's their partnership. And since it's not, I'm not a fan of this arrangement, quite frankly, because I'm saying we pay monthly already. That's the problem I have. Now you're telling me they're separate entities. Then I'm like, why do I need IX Global? Or, hey, I'm just saying, I'm just talking off the top. We're going to delve into this. Like I said, I'll make a video once I understand what's fully going on. But I saw that. I was just like, I'm down with that. The people that have 20 licenses, they may be down with it. So what? I don't really care. 20 times $120 a month. Great. And it better not be any $750 a month or whatever. It better be $750 a year, but still that's $70 a month, $65 a month in basic mathematics. I'm not a fan. These licenses aren't like making us, at the moment, they're not like making us a lot of money. The token price is down. Even if you wanted to cash out, it's not doing anything major. We're down under, I believe I looked in there around $600-700. Yeah, 40-some thousand or whatever, nearly 50,000 tokens, but the value of all of those is like around $600. Well down from the $1,200, $1,250 from a month ago when the price was around almost 2 cents a token. So things have changed dramatically, and we're going to have to make it make sense dramatically. We will see. They didn't stipulate if it was annual. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. It bugs me that it's almost like a money game, and I don't like the money game part. That's all I'm saying. It was supposed to be, hey, I'm paying IX Global, whatever you guys got going on, the mining, whatever's happening, it's happening. Now I'm finding out these guys, basically all of these licenses that they sold actually had a secondary value to it. So it wasn't about helping people. It's not about doing all that stuff in Ghana. It was about, hold on, how many of these licenses can we sell? We sold 1 million of them. And out of those 1 million of them, we're going to be able to get $700 from how many of those million people? Is it half? Is it 3/4? Is it a tenth? But that's a number that puts you over like $1 billion if a significant amount of people bought the $700 one. That's crazy. Thought you guys were happy with making them. I'm sad. I'm upset. I gotta say it. I thought you were out there trying to help people, including the OCs. And just like a government entity and just like any other entity, they decided, okay, we're going to take advantage. I don't like it. That's all I'm going to say off of what I'm seeing so far. I'm not a very happy camper, but it's okay. We always make things work. Victor Marrero's in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Thank you so much for being here with the icon next to your name. That means he's a member of the channel, y'all. And he says one of two taglines. Hello, all. Let's do this. And that's what we plan on doing because, again, are you ready for 2023, ladies and gentlemen? If you're new here, then you may not be ready. Members, subscribers, everyone that comes and watches the SSN Nation channel, you guys should be ready. You had 4 years of the making. Little did you know when we started this journey, we started talking about stocks. We started talking about real estate. We started talking about pre-construction real estate. We started talking about how you can get your credit right. So just in case you need to pull trigger on buying some assets, you could do that. We've done it all. It's already set up. You decided to get some passive income streams in the door. You figured out a little bit of that. Now you're sitting there going, okay, we're ready. In case there's a recession, in case there's a downturn in the economy, I should be good. Some of those streams of revenue I should still be able to maintain. Maybe not all of them, but all I need is 2 or 3 of them to stay and we'll still be good. Now, some of you are going, Eric, I'm not ready. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen, because number one thing you have going for you right now is dividend stocks. That's what you have going for you. The stock market is going down, which means the value of a dividend stock could increase. What I mean is the dividend yield. A lot of you know we've talked about this for the last 3 weeks. So I'm going to make this short in case we have someone new here. So let's go to the stock market, shall we? This is what happened today. It was bad news again. Red. Blood in the streets, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you're not new here, then you have been sold a bill of goods when Cramer comes on CNBC, when the Bloomberg channel and the CNBC channel and the Fortune and all these financial channels start talking. They're trying to always minimize the damage that is occurring right under your noses. Now, if you're new here, you don't know about what I've been saying for the last, 9 months to a year. We're in 1929 to 1930, 31 right now. The same stock market activity occurred then is occurring now. What I mean by that is you remember 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was 2 or 3 weeks in a row where the stock market was up week over week. That's so more people like you would put some more money in and buy to prop up the stock prices because they can't do it by themselves because they have to borrow money at a higher rate. Who are they? I'm talking about the companies on the stock market, Apple's, the Microsofts. You've heard of them. I'm not saying they're the ones that's buying their own shares of stock, but there's companies out here that buy their own shares of stock and that helps prop up their stock price, except they have to borrow money to do it. So who else can they get to buy the stock to prop up the stock price without them doing it? They need you. All right. So when the prices go up for 2 weeks in a row, people all of a sudden start forgetting. They're like, oh, this is the bottom. I think I need to buy some more. So they get to sell those shares at a higher price, but they bought 1 million of them. You, the ordinary citizen, might have only bought 500 shares or 300 shares or 200 shares. So now they have 1 million shares, and when their stock price goes up $10, that's 10 million liquid they all of a sudden have, and you're now holding the bag. That's why during 1929 to 1931, you would have these weeks, 2 or 3 weeks of up. All of a sudden, people start having amnesia. They're like, oh, yeah, the economy is going to be fine, even though banks are closed, even though I can't get my money out of a bank, even though I don't have a job. But, yeah, the stock market is going to be good. Same thing now, ladies and gentlemen. Don't fall into this potential trap. All right? Just because they say there's plenty of jobs to go around, but nobody wants to take them, don't fall for this trap. It's Christmas. Traditionally, if you don't know, now you will. Traditionally, during Christmas, what happens is they hire more people. So it appears that the jobs market may be way better than it is until the first week in January, and the second week of January rolls around and those seasonal workers are going to be laid off. That's one of their little play games that they do to make the public feel like warm and cozy, along with the Federal Reserve chairman, board members out here talking out of the side of their neck. It's a travesty. The Federal Reserve does not, again, I will say it again in case we have new people here, they do not have anything to do with hiring or employing one freaking person, let alone a nation. So when any federal nobodies come out and say, oh yeah, well, we're going to be able to get jobs, what business do they own? Somebody better pipe up and let me know where's their factory of jobs at, because they don't have any. So for them to come out and act like they're going to have some influence over jobs is a joke. By them lowering the interest rates, yeah, I'm about to go off because this is hurting us, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of uneducated and people who believe this stuff on TV way, way too much, and on social media and all this stuff. You need independent verification that has no vested interest whenever you're doing investing. All right? You don't need to go along with the mainstream anybody or the fringe anybody or anybody. You need to get information. Even what I'm saying, just look it up. The Federal Reserve, as everybody knows, all they can do is move interest rates up or down and get on TV and talk smack to try to make sure that their good friends who own 89% of the stock market don't get bellied up. That's all they're concerned with. And they're making sure their banks and all that stay in line and don't get bank runs. So then they're out of business. That's all they're doing. So if you pay attention, when they get out there and they start talking about jobs, somebody should be smacking them in their head going, what factory do you own? What are you talking about? Why are you talking about this? It's disgusting. They're lulling you to sleep and they're sitting there going, well, we don't know how we have all these jobs available at a higher wage. No thanks to them. It's not like they're sitting out here mandating, hey, you know what would be really great is if everybody got $35 or $45 an hour. That would really help my top 10% buddies and factory owners. Hey, why don't you give everybody a living wage of like $75,000 to $125,000, every employer? Now you can come back and talk to me, Federal Reserve and Chump Powell. That's right. I'm talking a lot of smack in 2023, ladies and gentlemen. Why not? These guys are clowning us. And we're about to take advantage. Like I said, that's what we do here. And that's why you have to think about investing in dividend stocks right now. In fact, since we're here on the red day, Dow closes more than 200 points lower, falls for second straight week as recession fears. Another 1% day down next week, which likely could happen because remember, it's Christmas week. People are going to be out there buying Christmas items for some strange reason. Don't be one of them. Those are liabilities. Don't use your credit cards. Interest rates are going to increase. They got you if you do this. All right? You're out here investing. Come on, you guys. You know people are living paycheck to paycheck. All-time record high with credit card debts. People are using their credit cards. Your credit card interest rate is going to go up. They increase 50 basis points. Your credit card company is going to increase your interest rate. So they got you. Don't play their game. Don't sit there and feel bad if you say, hey, family, I can't afford gifts for a fake holiday. Oh, I got people upset. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, Christmas is man-made. based on they want your money again to buy presents from guess whose factories. From a simple three wise men brings a gift, it turns into December 25th, which, oh, by the way, is not freaking Jesus's birthday. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Some of you may be very, very religious and may not be informed. December 25th is not Jesus' birthday. And even if it was, that wasn't the point, to buy gifts just for the hell of it. But you damn sure best believe in a capitalist society, I'm going to make damn sure that I'm going to make you buy gifts. I got you fooled. I'm going to make you buy gifts on Christmas. I'm going to make you up a Easter bunny. I'm going to make up an Easter bunny. I'm going to make you buy gifts on Mother's Day. I'm going to make you buy Valentine's Day hearts. I'm going to be out here for New Year's talking about, hey, the calendar's about to change over from another day to another day, and we're going to make it party like it's 2023. We're going to keep doing this every year. And you're going to keep siphoning off your money for liabilities that give you nothing in return while they're all smiling to the bank, making sure that the middle class is wiped out. And you're helping them. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. I'm a little hot. You guys know I told you I'm coming in hot for 2023. No longer the nice guy. I wasn't never that nice in the first place. But now we might as well just go on hot, seeing how they're blocking us anyhow. And Laverne Pinnock says it's 750. They did stipulate if they didn't stipulate if it was annual. Yahweh J, welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Very, very nice to see you once again. And he says, hello, SSN Nation. Eric, hope you are feeling better now. Thank you, Yahweh J. As you can tell, yeah, we got fire burning right now. I feel much. We're back to 100%. That's right. And I'm bringing the heat like we do, except this next year, I'm sorry, they're not getting any. I'm just knocking over all the pins now. This clown activity going on, making the OCs get into debt higher, making I got Victor Morero Hill, so I won't say him. American for Rent. All right. What was the other one? Hartman Homes or whatever they're, Haven Realty and Homes. They're out here buying homes, ladies and gentlemen. That's disgusting when you really think about it. The debt facility given to Blackstone, BlackRock, JP Morgan, all going, oh, we don't buy homes, but they're going to give these rental home companies billions of dollars to go buy 2,000 homes here, 3,000 homes there, 15,000 homes there. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I say, I love it. Let them. Because they can't buy them all, but they're leveraging using our money that you're giving them because you want a 5% return on your investment. All right. Enough of my little side tracking here. It's like getting ridiculous out here. Every time this gets me upset to think about the advantage. They're wiping out the middle class. And another year has happened, and they're still doing the same thing. Everything is down. Nothing green on the dashboard. Another bloodbath at the stock market. Victor Morero, you're damn right. This is what's happening. All right. So here, after a red day, let's go look. Here's some dividend stocks, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can get something around 18%. How about Lumen? L-U-M-N Technologies. How close? Yes, 18.48%. Is now a good time to consider Lumen? And a little rally even. 18.48% return on an investment you make now instead of buying Christmas gifts. I'm just saying. An idea. All right? And remember, do your own due diligence, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go see what my man's doing. Icon. Let's see what happened. Oh, he went down a little today. Does that mean we're at 18% with him? No. 15.78%. See, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to give your money to a REIT. You don't have to get 5% for frickin' 5 years. when you could have been getting 15, 16, 17% for the last 5 years. You would have doubled your money, by the way. This is how they get you, because you feel comfortable hanging out with the 1%ers. And again, let me start this end of year, because I got a lot to talk about now that I'm feeling much, much better. You guys, you got to stop messing. In fact, let me get on screen. This is getting ridiculous. That's right. I'm going off a little bit. You guys, now, seriously, anybody that finds the channel, anybody new here, you're going to have to stop with this riding with the billionaires and millionaires BS. Seriously, you're going to have to stop with this. You're going to need to start thinking on your own. These guys ain't your freaking friend. All right? Let's just put it this way. If you make a lot of money, that's fine. But just because you make a lot of money doesn't mean you know anything about history, doesn't mean anything that you know anything about science, doesn't mean you know anything about anything, but you do know a way to make money. That doesn't give you carte blanche. You know every freaking thing. So stop acting like these guys are the professor that knows about 5 different subject matters and is a scientist all at the same time and has done studies for the last 20 years. Stop acting like these guys are some gods. Stop this nonsense. They're no better than you. And the character of a man beats their wallet every time. They ain't inviting your ass to dinner. So stop playing. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm going off 1 week and 2 days before Christmas, just so you guys understand what's going on here. While you guys are out here worshiping the gods that aren't gods, they're running over your ass. They're not going to pay you. They'll fire you on a spot. Don't care if it's Christmas. Not going to pay you your severance. But yet you're going to worship these clowns. Oh, yeah, I'm talking about Elon at Twitter right now. He didn't care about firing 2,000, 3,000 people. Then when they said, oh, yeah, I'm a big shot, I'm going to give them their severance money and have them walking via email. Funny thing, now he doesn't want to give them their severance packages. I thought it was all games. I thought you were all Mr. Cool. Now all of a sudden you're affecting people's lives. 3,500 people. 4,000 people, and you thought it was a joke. Now you seeing why I'm getting a little heated, ladies and gentlemen. They ain't watching out for your ass, but you got millions of people listening to this clown. All right, enough. Let's get down to business, shall we? IEP, 15.78%. This is how you help people right here. If you can't give them a job, if they have a way to make money, then therefore you give them tools at their disposal. So therefore, here's some tools at your disposal. All you have to do is go look and see if this meets your investing criteria. All right? This is some of the ways that you can stay in the game without having to sit there and go, oh my God, that 2% I'm getting and I have my money in a bank. And then when the money is snatched from you because the bank won't give you your money. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not talking about you go down there and get $200. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if there was an emergency and you had 15 or 20 or more $1,000s in there and you said, hey, I need this money. You're not getting it. All right. Come back and see me in a few days, make an appointment, and you might find the bank is closed. You don't know what's going to happen. So you got to make sure that if you're going to put money somewhere, you better make sure that you can get it out. And in this next year, in 2023, I wouldn't be going down this path that everything's going to be fine. There is no reason to keep your money in the bank because they don't even give you enough interest to make it worth your while. But there is enough interest for them to keep your money. So what's more valuable? If a bank is willing to keep your money, then might want to think you might want to keep it with you. All right? Because getting 1 or 2 or 3% or less on your money ain't going to make no difference at this point. You need gains of 9%, 10%, 15% to stay ahead of inflation. All right. All right. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting back heated up in here. So that's Icon Enterprises. All right. Let's go with somebody else, shall we? AGNC. All right. Went down a little bit today. 14.2%. Everybody already knows these that's been here for a while. I understand that, but we have new people sometimes. So therefore, some people may be going, wait, he just showed me 14%, 15%, 18%. Wait a minute. That's pretty damn good. That's on average almost 16%. Well, hell, why don't we just make it on average with the fourth one, shall we? A lot of you know where we're going next. ORC, let's go see 17.96. What did I tell you? Get up to 17 now, ladies and gentlemen. All four when you do it combined. See, this is what I love right here. We talked about this. Everybody's going, Eric, yeah. I've seen these before, Eric, except that Lumen one. That one's a little different right there, but most of them we've been getting for the last year. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of the curve. That's what we do here. So come along for the ride and stop getting played out here. Now, everybody that got your pre-construction over there in Dominican Republic, again, congratulations, because some people are going to have delivery 2023 and start earning that passive income coming in for the rest of their life on something that they bought for under $250,000. Some people are under $200,000. Some people are under $100,000. Some people are under $70,000. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Is that incredible? So all I'm saying is you have every opportunity right now. It's not over. The pre-construction real estate, you can still get some. All right. I'm going to get off this a little bit. I did only a few of these. So Victor Marrero, he brings it in. I think it will take another year for the housing market to stabilize. I don't think we'll see a wave of foreclosures in 2023. We may have to wait until 2024 for that opportunity. And I agree with you 110%. Because what they're doing right now is holding off on the foreclosures. They're already manipulating it. Because they can't, if you add in 2 or 3 million into home builders, 2 or 3 million that's not going to be built or left standing and nobody's buying. And then you start putting in people who are trying to sell and you throw in those millions. Next thing you know, you could have 10 to 15 million homes on the market. They don't want that. That's not going to happen. So they're delaying the inevitable, just what they did before. So why are they delaying it? Ladies and gentlemen, get your game plan, get your game on. All right. Here's what they're trying to do. The Federal Reserve is slow rolling us to where they need to go. Instead of them doing 1% interest rate increases for the last year, they've been doing this pussyfooting around 0.5, the latest one, which was last December was 0.52, by the way. It should have been 1% then too. But that slow roll up makes it so that their buddies can borrow at the lower rate and continue to keep borrowing and using these $1 billion to go buy some homes and all that. But it's over now. 4.5, 4%, 5%, they can't borrow no more because they're not going to be able to get you guys to invest in any of their stuff and say, give you 5%. Now they would have to say, we're going to give you 8% in order for them to get their money back. They're not going to pay you 8%. Let's just call it what it is. All right. So they have to slow roll the foreclosures. And the reason why they have to do that is, guess what would happen if they really did release them and started being aggressive on those? That would put an overload of homes on the market. People still could not buy them because the interest rates are high. And also what would end up happening is home prices would then drop because you would have millions of homes on the market just sitting there for months. And you know what happens after months? The whole neighborhood starts going down. And then when they start reducing interest rates again, even you and I, if a home that used to cost 650, 700,000 drops to 200, 250, that's buy zone for everybody. Everybody's buy zone. So therefore, they have to slow roll it because they don't want your ass to be out here winning. Easy winning. And the easy winning means exactly what Victor Marrero is outlining. Because if it dropped in 2023 dramatically, we're already going to be at 50%. But if it went below that and everybody and their grandma could get a house, now when these clowns are out here on the other side, when the interest rate goes down and they decide to do their experiment by buying up whole neighborhoods, increasing the price of those neighborhoods, Guess whose house is going to increase? Yours, mine, everybody else's in the whole freaking city. And it'll be thanks to them using their leverage money. You see how this works, ladies and gentlemen? But we're in the mix now. You guys already know what we're going to do. Buy a home in 2023, second half of 2023 to first half of 2024. Somewhere in there is going to be the dirtiest sweet spot. And dirty, I mean love, ladies and gentlemen. Your hands are going to be in there working, the toil and the way. And you're going to be like, oh, I love this. I can't believe I can buy this house for 50, 60% off. All right, I'm just getting excited. We're getting started. Smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. And if you like what I'm talking about, please subscribe to the channel. Click the all notification bell because this isn't all. Because we got a lot more to deal with. Curtis Davis is in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. And he has the icon next to his name, also known as AKA Mr. Financial is here. All right. He brings his tagline, good evening, SSN family. And he has it ABMM with the bag. Always be making money, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first from Mr. Financial, also known as Chili Davis. That's right. You can go see his channel here on YouTube, Chili Davis. Go check him out. All right. Show some love. Subscribe to his channel. Click the all notification bells. Check some of his videos. He gives updates on stock information, financial news information, crypto. He helps out. That's what we do here in the SSN Nation. We help people. Chili Davis helps people. Victor Marrero helps people. Laverne Penix helps people. Hell, everybody here in the SSN Nation helps people. So if you have a question that you may need help with, please ask it in the chat room. If I don't know, some well-educated individual here may know the answer to it. And they, again, may. I shouldn't even say may. Generally, whoever asks a question, if I don't know the answer, somebody here knows it. So let's just call it 100%. And everybody, if you haven't noticed by now, we don't sell courses. We don't sell books. This is the No Guru Zone. We trying to help you help yourself. We don't really need your money. We want you to use your money as weapons of financial freedom. All right? That's what we want. And the other part to this is Wilson Koo is here. So I'm going to have to say the line. A rising tide lifts all boats is the thing we're trying to do here. Welcome, Wilson Koo, to the SSN Friday night live stream. And he brings his tagline, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Mr. Bird and SSN family. 100% facts. And he sells money. Some of you may be confused. What does he mean by sells money? Well, it depends on what side of the coin you're on. If you're a lender, then you're selling money. If you can get people loans, you're selling money. That's what he does. And you can go find him at quickeasyfunds.com. That's Q-U-I-K, E as in Eric, Z as in zebra, funds.com. Or if you need to reach out to him, then you can always send me an email at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. And I will forward your email to him. Hopefully that helps out. But very nice to see you, Wilson Koo, once again. Hopefully everything's going well. Interest rates not coming down until late 2023. There you go, Curtis Davis. Exactly. That's exactly right. All right, just catching up, Wilson Koo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know you've been working hard. I know you've been working very, very hard. Welcome back. You know it's the facts from the SOFF, the Sultan of Financial Freedom. Boom. I wish I had sound effects. That'd have been good. Phil D. Schultz. No, Phil D. Snuts. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Thank you so much for being here in the Cleveland area due to work obligations. Thank you for letting me know. Welcome from Cleveland, Ohio. Very, very nice to see you. All right, looking forward to being introduced to hard money or private money lenders. Phil D. Snuts. Well, Phil D. Snuts, it's your lucky night. because Wilson Koo's in the house. This is what he does. He's here. So again, you can go to quickeasyfunds.com. I put it in the chat room and go contact him. He has the private money lenders. He has the hard money lenders. He has institutional lenders. And it's not just for real estate. It could be for business, could be for agriculture, could be for a bunch of different options. So there you go. I'm under mentorship to acquire properties and provide quality living for tenants via beer. Filthy Snuts. This sounds like a job for, what are them guys called? Bigger Pockets. That's what those guys are called. Now, I have nothing against those guys. You mentioned this Burr thing. Well, see, Phil D. Snuts, I'm very glad you found us here. So I'm just going to start with the story. So imagine that you want to buy properties. And imagine you didn't need any, well, hard money lenders. And imagine it's the #1 tourist destination in the Caribbean and Latin world. And let's just say you can only need to put down 10%. And then while they build the property, build the project, you just make monthly payments. And did I mention no credit check, no qualifying, no hard money lender needed, 0% interest? And then they're Airbnb friendly. So therefore, once it's finished being built, you have a property in the highest tourist location in the Caribbean. And then you get a loan. But at this particular point in time, your loan value, we don't know. It'll probably be 40 to 50% LTV, which puts you in the sweet spot where credit and all that probably won't be needed because you have so much skin in the game already, 30%, 40% skin in the game. So you already put in your down payment is what I'm trying to say. So is that the kind of Burr you're talking about? Or are you talking about them Bigger Pockets guys that want you to go out here and get hard money loans and have to pay somebody back in a year and interest only and refi and do all that stuff? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, we can do it the old-fashioned way. But that's no fun. We like properties increase in value. Because when you buy something for $100,000, it's always fun when it's worth $200,000 when it's finished. And then when you're able to rent it out because it's like the #1 tourist location, and in case you might want 1, 2, or 3 of those, I think we're already doing the Burr delayed gratification a little bit. Is that what we're talking about, Phil Snuts? Is that what we're talking about? Let us know. We can talk real estate here. If you want to go the old-fashioned route, we can go the old-fashioned route. You can go buy multifamily properties. You can go buy trailer homes or mobile home parks. You can go buy storage units. You have all kind of options here, but there's only one that's right now that's pretty doggone good, where no credit check, no qualifying is needed, and nobody's stopping you. There's no barriers to entry, my man, except yourself. So maybe that's what you're referring to, even though I know what Burr is. But again, I don't generally go that route, because if I did, I'd be talking about a lot more on my channel. But I don't want to leave anybody out, because you may have to qualify, or you may have to put down 25% or more. And it's no fun to pay even interest only when somebody says, I want 12% or 13% or 14%. That's siphoning off some of your profits. And then you still are going to have to worry about, in the meantime, you're putting yourself in a position, what if things cost a little bit more if we start doing this whole rehab situation? Again, nothing wrong with it. But welcome to the mentorship, the SSN Nation. Hold on, here we are. Just for you, Phil Snuts. Here you are, my man. Right here. F average. Be legendary. Nobody's coming to save you. And yeah, you're in the emerging millionaire class, my man. And we deal in no barriers to entry. So, just ask the questions in the chat room. I'm sure somebody here can help. And look who's in the house now. Here goes the question. Wilson Cruz still active? Phil Snuts. Yep, Wilson Cruz. Vanessa Gates in the house. The seamless genius has arrived. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream with the icon next to her name. Hey, Boston SSN fam. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Very, very nice to see you once again. Vanessa Gate. All right. Showing some love. Evening at Victor M. Curtis D. Laverne P. Maria B. Phil D. Nothing but love. Evening at Vanessa K. Phil D. Snut says at Wilson, can we connect? Yes, you can. I put it in the I put a link in the chat room for his website, or you can send me an email at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. Let me know it's you, and then I will forward it to Wilson Koo so he can get in touch with you. All right. Greetings, Mr. Koo from Laverne Penix. Mr. Cool. Yes, we can. Phil D. Email me through Eric. There we go. Not a problem. Phil D. Snuts, we make it happen. Wilson Koo, hey Koo man from Vanessa Gate, showing the love. Hit that like button. That's right, smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Wilson, should I drop my email here? Phil D. Snuts, you won't be able to drop your email. Sorry. I'm just saying, normally you can, unless you can do some crazy stuff. Again, my email, support@stopstrugglingnow.com. Good evening, Mr. Cool from Maria Barnes, the Mrs. Cool in the house. Okay, here we are. Wilson Cool says loan to value on domestic property is not very high now and likely to need 20% down. That is correct. That is exactly correct. We know it's 20% down for domestic properties. 25%. 25% for multifamilies, commercial. That's why this is very important when we start talking about secondary homes and you're having 30%, 40% down skin in the game. You're going to more than likely qualify, so you should be pretty good about that. Phil D. Message Eric, you can't put your email here. Exactly. Per DR Tourism Secretary, 570K tourists arrived in November. Ladies and gentlemen, they're about to make it happen. 7 million is coming. 7 million, ladies and gentlemen. Victor Marrero says 570K tourists arrived in November. A total of 6.3 million tourists have arrived so far this year. 50K more than 2021. Plus, we still have 2 more weeks to go. And that count, they need 700,000. What is that? 700,000 to get to it. I don't know if they're going to get 700,000 this month. But Christmas, they might get there. They might get to, if they got 570, they might get 670. It's going to be close. They might get their freaking 7 million even in this environment. This is exciting. This is exciting. Everybody who has property in the Dominican Republic, again, congratulations. I love it. I love it when a plan comes together because everybody's property values have increased dramatically. Everybody, congratulations. That's all I can say. Everybody's going to be, a lot of people are going to have theirs out next year. It's a beautiful thing. Loan to value on property is around 60 and will need 20% down. Exactly, Victor Wilson Koo. That's what we were predicting. We knew 70 or 80 wasn't going to happen. 60, I was being optimistic, hoping 60 would be a thing, that it wouldn't drop to 50. 60, everybody can live with. Because again, I'm going to illustrate everybody that has the Panorama Garden, for instance, that bought the penthouse unit for $123,000. It's estimated around $230,000 200, 205, somewhere in there right now. Let's just go 200. So he had to put down 40%. So only owe like 77, right? But it's now worth 200. We like that, right? Much different than 77 and it's worth 123, right? So that's the difference, ladies and gentlemen. So when you go get that loan, they're going to go, oh, it's worth 200. He only owes 70. Okay, that's way less than 50% loan to value. 50% would be 100 would be the owed amount. It's less than that. So they're going to go, okay, he only owes 40%. I think we can give him a loan. Got in, no credit check, no qualifying. It's still going to work out. Piece of cake. So anyhow, that's how it goes down. Winners, winners. Phil D. Snuts, thank you much, Eric. And looking forward to chatting with you, Wilson. There you go. Glad you showed up, Phil D. Snuts. Very nice to see you. F average, be legendary. There you go. That's it exactly. Why go for the average, man? You could be legendary. So get that multifamily, get into that, delve into that BRRR, and dealing with real estate, because over the next 2 years, that's when real estate is going to be prime. It's going to be prime time. All right, look what else we got. AB Refrigeration, Heating and Cooling, LLC. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Very, very happy to see you here again. New to real estate. I just closed on a townhouse in Atlanta, GA. Okay, AB. All right. Okay. Now, again, this is not advised unless you're going to tell me something good. I plan to rent it out. Okay, that's nice, but we haven't got there yet. I will be making about $350 monthly. How can I buy another property using the property and no money down if possible? Okay, we're into real estate, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the problem. First of all, just so everybody understands, and AB Refrigeration, I applaud you for getting real estate, but what I'm about to say may be hard to hear. This was not the time to buy real estate. The time to buy real estate is second half of 2023 into the first half of 2024, when home prices go down further. That's the first thing. Now, if you start saying, hey, Eric, I got a great deal on it, 30% below whatever it's worth or whatever, okay. But now was not the ideal time. So unless you want to give us some info, I'll pull it up on the screen. And then I can go further with you about, and I don't know what side of town in the ATL it's in or anything like that, and a townhouse. I will figure it all out. But all I'm trying to say is you can have a plan on renting it out. But the dangers of townhomes and condos is they may not allow short-term rentals. Now, if you're talking about monthly rentals, this goes against all policy. I am not a big fan of doing month-to-month rentals. The reason why I'm not is simply because over my investment journey, what happened in 2020 happened to me many times before, where I have a loan on a property and I own several, and all of a sudden there was a pandemic, there was a banking crisis, there was whatever, and tenants, or a downturn in the economy, and my tenants wouldn't pay. Mortgage company, you still owed them. And so then, similar to what happened in 2020 during the pandemic, they put in moratoriums where tenants wouldn't have to pay for, like, at the time, 3 months or something. But I still owed mortgage. Ever since that occurred, I was like, I will never do month-to-month rentals ever again as an investment standpoint. So that's why I went to short-term, because I make more money in a short-term environment, meaning a week to 2 weeks, than I would in a whole month in the right location. Now, with all that said, maybe you're going to let us know what you're dealing with here, what location. Maybe you might want to let it know. But if you plan on renting it out, remember, you got to have a property manager. Or, well, you don't have to, but you can do what you want. And there's cost involved. So when you say I'll be making $350 monthly, that's not enough for me. That's all I'm going to say. The reason why I'm saying this is when it comes to homes, depending on the age, you never know what maintenance is going to arise. And any maintenance that arises, you may say, okay, I'm going to make $3,500 this year, but your maintenance may be $3,500 for just one event that occurs. So all I'm saying is, unless this thing was built in the last 5 years, you may think you're going to make $350, but if you rent this thing out, and let's just say a stove goes out, needs repair, or dishwasher needs some sort of repair, or whatever's in there needs some sort of repair, that could be $300, $400, $500, $600. It adds up. So again, it all depends. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't generally tell people to buy townhomes, condos for month-to-month rentals. But we can deal with whatever situation comes up. All right. I will be making about now the other part to your thing. This is exactly the problem right here. So you're asking a question after you bought a townhouse. You were supposed to ask this question when you bought the townhouse, unfortunately. So I'm just giving you an overall view because there's other people watching as well that can learn a little bit. So when he bought one, it appears he planned on trying to acquire a second property. All right, well, there's only a few ways you can do this. If you bought the first property under your name, or is it well, more than likely it is, but because that's when you're going to get first-time buyers and all that. If you didn't and you bought it as an actual multi-family or second home or whatever, then either way, you're asking a question on how you can buy another property. You can't. I'm just going to say, because it's high, unless here's the first thing. If I know I'm trying to buy another property, then what I'm doing is I'm going to have to buy the first property. Either I buy a fixer-upper, so then once I'm done, I have enough equity that I can pull out and use the down payment to buy the second one. That'd be my first move. If I know for a fact I'm sitting there saying I need a second one, I have to do my first position buy. I'd have to do it a certain way. I can't just go out here and say, hey, just give me this any old multi-family or townhouse. And then they go, Eric, your townhouse, okay, your loan to value, well, what you owe is 80%. Okay, I'm not pulling any money out, and I'm not going to be able to use that for a down payment on my other property. So now I got to do it the old-fashioned way. And you're saying no money down, if possible. Not possible. There's no way. You're going to have to put down 20%. Now, if you say, I want to do no money down, I can tell you there's people on YouTube right now that'll say you can do no money down. Okay, it's possible. I don't like what they do. I'm just going to tell you. Because what you can do is, sure, you can see Mr. Wilson Koo, see if there would be somebody that would say, okay, I'll give you some money. So there will be no money out of your pocket, but you're still going to owe them money. So actually, it's semantics. So in order to do a no money down deal for a second property that you control, that's going to be very hard. That's all I'm going to say. Now, when I start doing some other things, now I already know somebody's going to say something, and Victor Morrell said it, and when I get down there, not a good time to grab another yet. Hold tight and get the money in the bank for 6 months so we can see revenue going in. Wilson Koo Hopefully AB will give us some info. What is the appraisal on the property? He said 120. Here's the thing. He only has 350 a month. He already gave the number. You can't, nobody's going to, that's not enough. It needs to be 10 times that number. It's not 4,000 a year. It's not going to get you another property at zero down. At least as far as I can see, but let's go down the path. Wilson Koo. The reason why Wilson Koo is saying 6 months is because when you buy a new property, you're not going to be able to do anything until your property is seasoned, as we call it. So that's why he's using the 6 months, because you have to own that property for 6 months, show income coming in for 6 months minimum. Then they'll season it for whatever it's valued at that point. And when you start saying all I have is $350 left over, that's not a great number to have. But Wilson Koo, he's the expert. He'll tell you. What is the appraisal of the property? He says it's 120K. Yeah, but that's not the number. AB refrigeration, we're going to say it's 120K. How much do you owe? That's the question. I'm assuming you put down 20%. So you're going to owe 100K. You have a 100K loan, right? I'm thinking somewhere in that ballpark. So all you really have is 20K equity. And in this environment, I don't know if anybody's going to say, well, first of all, in order to buy a second property, you're not going to be able to put down 20K. I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, I want to get into something that's a little more important. When you said you're going to rent this out, AB, are you doing month-to-month rental? It must be, because 350, it has to be based on that, because there's no other way. So are you paying, like, how much are you paying? $750 a month plus HOAs? And are you charging like $1,800 or something, or $2,000? That's interesting. Very, very interesting. AB refrigeration, heating, and cooling. You can get a HELOC or refi pretty much right away, but most banks will require 15 to 20% home equity. Exactly. No money down, not possible unless you have VA benefits. Well, there you go. That's an option, but I would have thought he would have used that the first time. But maybe not. But what's he saying? A lot of people are veterans and don't realize they have a VA option, which could actually be a thing. Thank you very much, Victor Morrell, for putting that in there. Didn't even think about the VA. You also have to consider closing costs on a new property and interest rate. Keep in mind, investment interest rates are higher. Exactly. Okay, he says 108. Okay, so if you owe 108, that's worth 120. You don't have enough. You don't have enough equity in this house at all. Let's see how he's getting this. 350 won't get you there unless you can show a ARV is much higher than you got. Then you won't have legs. Only if you get JV that will do the deal with you and flip it for profit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Joint venture is what JV stands for, AB. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, you're going to have to basically hope somebody would go in on it with you. And there's no way for the zero down scenario unless you had a JV. 931 monthly. Okay, AB, how did you buy this property to rent it out specifically? Or were you just buying the property, then you decided to rent it out later? 931. Yeah. If you owe 108, I knew your interest was 8% or so. So I figured it was in that ballpark. So that means your rent's like 1,600. Sorry, not that, 350. So you're saying you only rent this thing for 1,200, 1,300, 1,300. That's pretty cheap. How many bedrooms is this? Because that's not really that expensive. Guess it depends on neighborhood. Okay, Victor Morrell can come up with something else. You can buy a second home to get a better interest rate, but the property can't be within, I think, 75 miles from your primary home. Yep, that's true too. Yeah, things start, and he doesn't have enough equity anyhow to go no money down. That's impossible. Is this under an LLC or personal? He put it under an LLC. LLC. All right. He gave us some info. We're about to go shopping today, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we do here, in case you're new here in the SSN Nation. Whenever, because this is almost like learning, teaching, getting information that a lot of people don't think about when they're buying, and you can see how easy it is. If you figure out you have a plan, then now you can see where we're going. So we'll go check this out. 11 Peyton, wait, what is that? 11 Peyton Place, Southwest Atlanta. All right. 11 Peyton Place. Okay, let's go. Let's see what we have here. All right. So these are townhouses. 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath townhouse. All right, let's go. We got real estate to talk about tonight, courtesy of AB Refrigeration, Heating, and Cooling. Let's see. Here we go. I'll just put it full screen. So is this what we're talking about? AB on here. Something 1,000 square feet to 1,500 a month is for on Zillow. Oh, this looks like, well, I don't know what this is, but it looks nice. I don't know if this is what your unit looks like, but interesting. All right, so a simple place, not that big, 1,000 square feet. That means does this mean we have HOA? Let's see, there it is. Oh, this is yours then, 120. This is the 120. All right. Here's something interesting. Okay, 1,500 listed for rent 17, then dropped it to 15. And is there an HOA? Oh, hold on. Let me go find out. Is there an HOA? Let's find out. Where's the place at? Do we have HOAs here? Townhouse. No pictures of the outside. How do we know what the outside? We don't know what the outside looks like. Looks like somewhat of an old school design. But yeah, this is very, oh, here we go. Okay. I'm going to go searching for something real quick. But as far as your request on trying to get a second home at no money down, that's pretty much, I just don't see how that's possible. And trying to get a second property, I'm assuming you'll put in an LLC name. That means you're probably going to, which brings up the question, how'd you finance the first one if it's in an LLC? Yeah, it's not giving me prices. This is strange. Oh, here we go. All right. This is interesting. Wait, what's this? What is this? Listed for sale 25,000. Sold 6,000. Contingent 25,000. Listed for sale 2027. Then somebody fixed it up. Where's this at? Well, no, I know where it's not at. I was thinking this was in a certain place because you know what? Let me go look at the. Let me see the map. I got to see the map. This is interesting. Let's go find out where this is. All right, I'm going sidetrack real quick, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see something. Okay, here we go. Old schools. See the neighborhood. All right. Okay. Well, this brings up very interesting situation. That unit just less than 9 months ago, somebody bought a unit here for like 7 grand. Somebody did a rehab scenario on it. Interesting. Very interesting. Wow. Very interesting. Okay. I was going to do Airbnb, but no time. Well, that again, you can't. I shouldn't say you can't. Atlanta now has, if you're in Atlanta proper, they have new laws regarding your Airbnb. You have to be like registered. You got to do all kind of stuff now. It's not just like you can just put it on the platform and you're go and it's go time. That's why I was asking. 15 monthly, 2 bedroom, 1 bath. He says this is my unit. Very nice. Is there any other assets in the LLC? Some people may ask for the title to get you the second property and allow you to rent it from them to pay back the money they put for the down plus 30. Oh, there we go. There we go. Wilson Koo. That's why he's the man, ladies and gentlemen. Has a few options. I like it. He says yes. 1900 a year, I think. If he's talking about HOAs. Jeez. Quit claim deed. Yeah, I see that. It said contingent and all that. Okay, I got a lot to talk about. I don't like quit claim deeds, AB. You didn't go through a title company to transfer? I want a warranty deed. Reason why I say this is because if somebody else buys this from you, you want to make sure the title is clear. I mean, if you ever have to sell it and the title is messed up, you won't be able to sell it. But nonetheless, wow. Yeah, this is interesting. This is interesting. Trying to go down here. Let's see more part. Okay. Okay, old school. Old school. There goes the townhome here on the corner. Another one, old school. No gates. Doesn't look like too bad. I mean, it's not like I don't know this area of town or anything. Like I don't know any areas of the ATL, quite frankly. But this looks like a big old project here. Huge. This whole place is townhomes. Wow. Okay. Well, who did the rehab on this? Looks halfway decent. Without seeing it in person, can't really judge, but just off the top, it looks like it's decent, nice. I mean, I don't see black and white, simple. Yeah, I mean, it's decent. All right. I'm going to see what everybody else is saying here. Let's see. 1900 year quick claim. Kelly O'Sarahan. I don't know what that is in reference to, but here's what I wanted to do. Okay, yeah. See, somebody bought these hella cheap way back when. It must have been one of those boarded up units because somebody sold this for $7,000, 2010, listed for sale in March for 25, sold for 6,000, and then says contingent 25, list for sale at 25, and then some weird stuff. Contingent sold for 27.5, and then somebody fixed it up and sold for 124. Looking at this, somebody did one hell of a flip. They did a hell of a good job because everything they have here is not over the top. Looks like they painted some cabinets or actually even put in new cabinets or maybe even just put in new hardware. The subway tile, not that expensive. These little checkboard here. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know if this is painted again or not. Then they did the floorboards. They put in the new flooring, which it's only 1,000 square feet. Even if I had $2.50 flooring put in, it would have only cost me less than $3,000. So a great rehab situation and a great profit for the person that rehabbed and sold it. And now where can you wash, rinse, and repeat? So the real question is, AB, can you buy that other one that's all boarded up for $6-7 grand? That's the real question. And duplicate this exact same thing for about 10,000. Well, not 10. I'll say $15,000 to $20,000, and then resell it for, well, yes, you set the tone for 120. That's the $1 million question. Next would be that boarded up one down there. Even if you bought it for 28,000, 30,000, spend 30,000 to fix it, that's 60. You still made 60 at this number. If the numbers work out right, but the numbers don't work out right. If HOA, unless HOA is like, they don't mention HOA here. They don't mention there's an HOA. Yeah, there's no mention of HOA. I'm assuming there is. Because if you can buy condos, that generally means there's an HOA. I know you're not saying it's $150 a month for HOAs, are you? Because in your monthly profit, oh, okay, you're saying $1,500. So are you renting this out already? Oh, Kelly O'Sarahan's a closing attorney. Okay, cool. All right. But she didn't get you a warranty deed, or did she clear it? That's what we really want to know. Just make sure she cleared it. I mean, there's no problem with the deed, the title. All right, $1,500 a month, decent price. 2-bedroom, 1.5 baths in a complex, older school complex, no security, no nothing like that. Looks like there's some other boarded up. Well, we see one. There may be other boarded up units in the complex, but that also means there could be a buying opportunity here. Okay, HOA is 1,900. Okay, so it is like 160, 170. All right, still accepting applications. All right, so now that we understand what he has, owes 108, bought it for 120, so he has that 10% down. Trying to buy a second one. He says, yes, it's cleared. They charge enough. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's funny. So they're about 160 a year. He's hoping to get 1,500. The 931 gets him into the what is that? 12. Yeah, that's 13. So your profit after all said and done is going to be around 300. So you're willing to take the 300 per month, 350 per month for the 108 note. All right. So what do? Let's go here next. All right. So out of curiosity, why did you choose to buy this? I want to hear this real estate. We're doing this for everybody. Because here's the situation. What do I want to do? I want to do a calculator. Google. Right? I want a calculator. So here's the deal. What I don't understand is we're about to find out, but when you first did this, were you thinking about return on investment going in? So there's two things that could have happened. Were you the one that bought it at the 27 and then fixed it up and then refied? Is that what you did? Or are you the one that actually bought it after it was rehabbed? Because if I use your number, 350 times 12 is $4,200. All right, that's what I'm going to get. And then I divide this by 108. Well, actually, okay, I'll just go by the lower number. This is like 3.8% return. That's not even worth it. I mean, I got to be honest with you. That's what we do here. So if you knew, okay, so everybody who's not familiar with real estate, if you're going to invest in real estate, you want to buy it, you make money going in. So 4%, well, less than 4% return is what you're going to get your first year. Inflation is more than that. Your liability is going to be, it depends. And the reason why I'm starting a little bit is because there are going to be liabilities. If you have renters in there, you might get calls up saying, hey, dishwasher doesn't work. Hey, washing machine doesn't work. Oh, the toilet's clogged. When you have to send out somebody there and they're just to come out is going to be $150, $200. You do that like 3 times a year, $600, $700, $800 out of your $4,200. All of a sudden you're like, wait, I'm not even making any money. You're spending $2,000, $3,000 a year just on having your renters live there. So, and I don't know what your arrangement's going to be for water, sewer, garbage, and which is another thing. And taxes are going to be what? About $700 a year or something like that. I don't know, somewhere in that ballpark, right? So that's kind of interesting. So let me know, why did you buy this? James Way, welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream with the icon next to your name. And he says the rent is too damn high. You're damn right. Hello, all. Got the notification. Thank you. That's only 3 people that got the notification. Please let me know if you received the YouTube trailer and received the notification, saw the trailer and received the notification. That'd be greatly appreciated. 4,200 I didn't have. The reason I got the 4,200 though, AB, was because you were saying you were thinking you're going to have $350 profit. So I took the 350 and times it by 12 months. So you'll have a net, let's just call it a NOI, net operating income of 4,200. So then you divide that by your purchase price, and that gives you your return on your investment. And 3.8%, you don't need to spend, you don't need to get a loan for $108,000 to get back 3.8% is all the point ends up being. This is the same reason why people shouldn't give their money to a REIT so they get 5% return, because you can simply just put your money in the stock market and it's liquid. No people you need to tend to, no management needed. no nothing, and you can earn 8, 9, 10, 12, 13% return on your money or more while you just wake up every day. So um, that's why I wanted to know, why did you buy this? Taxes escrowed. Yeah. If he can Airbnb it, he can make more money. I know. That's the whole thing, though. When you start having townhomes that are in HOAs, your Airbnb just went way, way down. Because that's an old school complex, and it's not gated either, which doesn't really matter if it's gated or not. It's just that HOAs typically don't like Airbnb scenarios. That's one of the things. Evening at James Way, Wilson Koo showing some love. Taxes escrowed, so it's within your mortgage, is what you're saying. But I'm curious why you decided to buy this property with it being such a low rate of return. Because you said this LLC has other assets, so I want to know why you decided. Because again, for everybody that buys real estate, you don't invest in. If you're investing in real estate, you only invest based on what you figure your returns are going to be. If you figure 4%, 5%, 6%, you might as well just walk away. There's no point in doing this, because I'll show this right here. Nothing against AB, but I'm just letting you guys understand. This is high risk when you only get a return of 3.8%, because he won't get a return of 3.8% after it's all said and done. A year from now, after he rents this out, AB, if you remember, come back a year from now, or even 8 months after you rent it for 8 months, 9 months, come back to me and start talking and let us know about, because what's going to end up happening is, you might say I make $350 a month, but what's going to end up happening is, if your tenants are there for 6, 7 months, you're going to have fixed something. And that fixed something could have been $400, $500, $300. That's going to come out of your NOI. So your 4,200 is going to drop to, let's just say it costs $500. Now you have this $500 expense, and now you have a $3,700 profit over the course of a year. It's not even going to be 3.8%. It's going to be a lot lower. So now all of a sudden you're around 3% or 3.3 or 3.4%. And you're going to be like, wait, why did I do this exactly? So I'm curious why you decided to buy here. Did you think that the value of the property is going to go up more, or just buying it for, let me know, just getting your feet wet? Why did you decide? Wilson Koo, the fifth person, says, got notification and saw the trailer. Thank you so much. Water on tenant. That's a good thing. All right. Sewer and garbage and HOA fees. Well, you can't really charge those to them other than your rent. So you're I don't even know if you're at the 350 number with all said and done. And the taxes are escrowed. You pay that when you pay your mortgage. So maybe that's part of the 931. So that's clear. So that's a set in stone. So you breaking even is going to be very. I'm scared to rent month to month, because in these apartment complexes, door jam, toilet jams. It's just, let's just put it this way. I still have nightmares. I still have nightmares. My LLC does not have other assets. Oh, okay. I thought you had other assets. Well, maybe at some point he can sell it when the market goes up. See, therein lies the problem. That's the problem right there. I'm not. The property will go up, but he bought it now, which again begs the question: why now? Why now? Why not wait until 7, 8 months from now, when potentially, in fact, we can go back and look. You know, they have these numbers on here. So this is going to tell you right here. Let's see if it gives me. in this rent though. Yeah, I can't find what I'm. Because remember, they used to give you. Here we go. See price. Oh no, that's his price change. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get out of this altogether. But the unit's done very nice. I will say that. But that's not what I'm looking for here. Here's what I'm looking for. Let's see if we can find this. Here we go. This is exactly what I was looking for. See this Redfin estimate right here? So he has a loan on this. So they said it's worth 120. Clearly, they're saying it's worth 120. Which makes it very, very interesting. Zillow is not saying much about it. This is rental. I don't want the rent, ladies and gentlemen. We want the actual. We want the actual. All right, so I'm waiting to hear back from AB, and let's hear why he bought this. Let's go. Electrical, plumbing, roof, brand new. I helped renovate. Okay, skin in the game. All right, Vanessa Comagate says, I got the notification. All right, we're up to 7 people now. Thank you so much for letting me know. Let's see what else we have. I wanted to start my real estate career. Okay, that's not good enough. No. So what made you think it was a good idea to buy this at 120 and be good with 350? Because all I'm going to say is you started your real estate career, kudos, but you might not be very happy over the course of a year. And when you did this deal, you locked yourself up potentially, because now you want to go buy another property, but now you have an LLC that has a property. That's nice. But now you're going to try to have another LLC get a property, and I don't know how that's going to work. Let's see this, what he says. I wanted to do Airbnb, but I don't have time now. I don't know if you can do Airbnb. That's the problem. I don't know if you can do Airbnb. Because you have an HOA, and you have to make sure the HOA allows you, first of all, to do the Airbnb. And if you're going to buy another property in the ATL and thinking of Airbnb, you might want to think again, because here's the rules. March 1st, City of Atlanta will require short-term rental operators to obtain permits to operate. The permit application fee is $150. Okay, nothing major. All right. Let me see. There's more to this, though. I just can't remember. Here it is. And pay an 8% tax rental fee. All right. So that's part of it right there. You're going to have to pay $150 annually, which is minor, and an 8% tax rental fee. And on Airbnb, they charge 3% to you as well. So that's occupancy tax as far as I'm concerned. So those are the things that have happened in the ATL over the last year. It started this year. So this is the deal. No way around that. And then you have to get around if your HOA allows it, because there's generally been rules in place from HOAs. So you may be stuck with this unit. But again, let me know, besides your thing about I wanted to start my real estate career. So somebody asked you something. When you got a loan for this, because Victor Marrero was saying, if you're a veteran, you can have a VA loan that could get your second property with 0 down. That's one way. But what I want to know is, you used your business for the financing for this, or did you use personal? Because that's going to matter as well. But if you have another property, each property is a standalone, but I would not recommend going down this path again. All right? Don't do it. Do not do it. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. I was explaining this $120,000 mortgage you just got. If you wouldn't have bought here and you still would have qualified, again, I've been talking for 2.5 years about Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, and Dominican Republic pre-construction real estate. In my opinion, it would have been a lot better. You could have put the same 10% down. You could be paying monthly payments, at 0% interest, and you would have property that would appreciate in value and be set up for Airbnb, approved. Not only would you have the appreciation, you also wouldn't have a loan of 108 right now. And you would never have a loan of that amount, and nothing would be on your credit report at all. You could have actually bought one, possibly two properties a different way, because you ultimately would have put down 25, 30%. So your skin would have already been in the game. And yeah, you could have used your business or personal for it. But the point I'm trying to make is, when it was all said and done, your property value would have been damn near double. So you would have the equity to take money out to go buy something else. And you have property that you control. I like that scenario better. But again, PG, conventional, then transfer to LLC. What do you mean? Okay. Okay. Personal guarantee under the business name is what you're saying. And then put it in the, okay. So you still have a personal guarantee. Well, that's standard issue these days. But you're pretty much going to be locked in trying to get something else. Unless I just can't see how you can do a second. Not in the scenario you're talking about in the ATL. And you're also not making enough revenue from the property itself where somebody's going to say, so let's switch it up. Let's say it was making $1,000 per month, free and clear. That changes things dramatically, because then they could say, okay, that means you qualify for, we can go $300, $400 per month. They might say, okay, we can live with you getting another property, but it's only going to have to be 75 grand or something like that, based on the revenues you have from this property. So it would have been doable under those circumstances, but I just don't see how it's going to work any other way. Trying to get a second property, because now you're not going to be able to PG it, I don't think. Well, you could, but you're going to have to put down 25%. Let's just call it what it is. But congratulations, nonetheless. So, but AB, you still haven't asked my question, other than you said I wanted to start my real estate career. That was your whole motivation. So you were willing to take a loss for profit wise? Is that what you're saying? Because that is not what we are trying to do. We want you winning from the get-go. When you have the keys in your hand, we want you to be able to say, oh man, all this 20,000 I put down, 10,000 I put down, 30,000 I put down, and now when your first week or your first use rent comes in and somebody goes, here's your $800, and out of that $800, damn near 75% of it goes to you or more, and $600, $650 comes in just for that let's call it a week. And then all of a sudden you look on your calendar and you're like, oh, somebody's staying next week. I'm about to get another $800 or maybe more, 1,000. And so you're sitting there in 2 months, and in 1 month you get $1,800 profit, and you only paid $75,000, $100,000 for the property. That's the type of returns we're looking for, right? So at the end of the year, you sit there and go, okay, I got like on average about $1,000 per month, $12,000. That's over 10% return on your investment. So what we'd be looking for, AB, on your next investment, you're not trying to do this. You're making sure that if you buy something for, let's just say 120, you need to make sure that after everything, after the NOI, after the HOA are paid, after expenses are paid, that you're getting $1,000 per month. That's $12,000 a year. That's 10% of 120,000. So that's 10% return on your money. If it's under that, again, why bother? You can just go straight to the stock market and get 7% return, straight to the stock market and get 5% return. Just go get a dividend fund. Hell, Apple is freaking 2% return. JP Morgan, which I'll show people this. JP Morgan, JEPI, which I didn't even mention tonight, $6 and $6.25 dividend every year. So look at their, okay, so I think that's like 12% return, right? So $54.82. So $54.82. So the same rules apply. If you make $6.25 every year and you divide that by 54.82, see, that's 11.3, 11.4% return on your money. Why wake up when you don't have to? You could just get JEPI, which is JEPI for everybody out there. This is JP Morgan, is what JEPI stock is. Give this rate of return of 11, 12%. You don't have to wake up. You don't have to do anything. And the money that you have in there is liquid. So that's why I'm saying, don't just buy real estate for buying it because you're going to run out of bullets. The first deal is very important to get your feet wet, yes. But at the same time, your rate of return at 4% is not worth what you are going to do in the long run. The longer you hold this property, more expenses, because the property is already old, even though you done made it very nice on the inside. But everything else, it's just a matter of time. Things are going to happen. I mean, it doesn't matter unless you guys replaced all the plumbing, and it looks like you replaced all the fixtures and did great upgrades. It does look that nice, but again, when you have tenants in a place, there's stuff used. Refrigerators, washer, dryers if it has it, dishwashers, sinks, things get clogged up. There's plumbing involved. I mean, there's something it's going to happen. We have plenty of people that rent units here. I'm one of them, but I do short-term rentals. I will not do month-to-month. There's some people here now that do month-to-month, and they're going to tell you the general rule is this. I'm going to tell you right now, and I don't want to tell you because I might scare you, but I'm going to have to tell you the real. Your expenses that you think are your expenses, unless you figure it out, it's going to be 50%. If you think you're going to collect $4,200, let's say $350 times the 12 months is going to be $4,200, you might as well just wipe that out. It ain't going to be $4,200. It's going to be $2,100. So you bought something potentially. We'll talk a year from now if you want to come back, AB, if you remember, or even 9 months or 6 months from now to let us know after you put a renter in there, because you'll start seeing after the renter's been in there for, like, let's say they're a good tenant and they've been in there for 4, 5, 6 months. you will get a call saying, hey, something needs fixing. That's just the nature of the beast. And it might cost you $1,000 or 500, or it might be something simple as 300. But all I'm saying is you won't be able to escape the full year without something needing somebody to come over and check out. So that is one of the things right there. So it's very, very, very interesting. All right. So just think about this from now on. Do not buy any real estate without you knowing before you buy it what you want as a rate of return. Nobody wants 3.8, 4%, 5% rate of return. That's too risky. I say close to 20%, the better. If you have to live with 10%, okay. But the fact of the matter is going below 10%, don't even bother, because you're going to be eaten away unless you're able to sustain the first 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And then let's just face facts. If you rent at $1,500 next year, you don't know what's going to happen because rents are coming down, or rents could go up, but I think they're going to be coming down because there's going to be a reverse. People are going to go, okay, I can buy, if my rent is $1,500, when interest rates come down, home prices come down, I can buy a house for $900 or $700 for this. That's what's going to happen. So there will be no reason for people to rent at the higher prices that they're renting at right now. So that is some of the things. But again, hopefully that gives you an idea of where we're going with this. We don't want you buying these things like this. We don't want you doing 4% or less. We don't want you doing under 10%, and 10% is sketchy. Everybody here knows over 2 years, 3 years, I've been telling you 20% is the magic. That's the number. If you can get 18, 17, 20, 22, 25, we want 20% return. Otherwise, again, you can have JP Morgan, 11% if that's what all you want. You don't even need to buy real estate. And it'll be in your brokerage account. It'll be liquid. So if you ever need to withdraw it, you got it. I mean, no sense in locking it up, worrying about tenants, worrying about who's going to manage this, when I'm going to collect my money. It didn't come. None of that. Dealing with HOAs, no. It's not worth it. At least I look at it like Shark Tank, right? The guys are on Shark Tank and somebody goes, yeah, I'll give you 3% equity. And they're like, I'm not even going to wake up out of bed for 3% equity. Are you serious? Same scenario. Why are you going to wake up for 3%, 4% returns? You're not. 5% returns? You're not. You don't have to. You have more time. You can do better things. Charlie Michael, welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Thank you so much for being here. And he said, what made you invest in DR? How did you discover DR? Charlie Michael, well, it's one of these things. It was completely by accident. I don't even remember why, but it was like 3 years ago, no, 2.5 years ago. And I was looking around because United States, let's just call it what it was. Things are going in the wrong direction with mayhem, nonsense, and because of the spending, and because they don't care about anything anymore in America. You never know what's going to happen. So I started looking around. One of my personal criterias was, if I'm in the United States, something happens, your passports are turned off, let's just say. You can't leave the country. What's going to happen? If you have property, let's say in Europe, Costa Rica, South America, Hawaii, whatever, you're going to have a little bit of time getting there. But if you have property in the Caribbean, hell, all you need to be is on any coast, USA, on the East Coast, where most likely anywhere, Florida, USA, you get on a boat, you'll be to the islands. No problem. So that was the first thing. Then it was, which island has the most tourists? Find out, Dominican Republic. Then it spilled into, wait a minute, these guys are actually doing development over there. And it's deeded like the United States. So then from there, started doing a little bit more research. And then when you find out 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom condos or villas were under $100,000, no credit check, no qualifying, hold on a second. Let's find out a little further about this. Then you find out they were building special units like the beach, which has their own man-made lakes, restaurants, bars, hotels, at least that's what it was supposed to have originally. Then the next one came out, Vista Cana, which has its own artificial man-made saltwater lake with a sports complex, with restaurants. And then within there, everybody has their own security gated communities with pools, restaurants, cafe, fitness centers, soccer fields, amphitheaters. That's Panorama Gardens and Parks. And then you find out there's a sports complex, soccer fields, baseball, full-size soccer, full-size baseball, fitness center, pools, basketball, tennis courts, 9-hole golf course, and still under $100,000 for condos, villas, townhomes at the time. And again, did I say the number one tourist destination in Latin America? Their all-time record is 7.5. But because they're building hundreds of thousands of units there, they're bringing in Kathmandu Park, an amusement park. They're building a new airport, which is crazy. They already have 6 international airports. And their president and the tourist department is going around the world to promote Punta Cana. All that has happened in the last 2.5 years, generally, everybody's property is worth at least 50% to 100% more. And everybody, no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. Pretty simple, right? Now, get this. During this year, we just had reports, Victor Marrero just announced 570,000 tourists came through in, was it November? That means they have 6.3 million tourists this year. After this month, it's either going to end up being somewhere like 6.8 million or 7 million. They're that close to the all-time record. Number 1 tourist destination is Dominican Republic. Number 2 is Cuba, of all places. These guys are going to bust the record next year. And they have built an infrastructure with new parks, new water park downtown. It was already there, but they updated it, spent millions of dollars. They have dinner in the sky. They have all the all-inclusive locations upgrading because now they have complexes where condos are, where the condo complexes have water parks coming out in 2 years. This is getting crazy. Along with the other infrastructure, they're building downtown. They're spending over $4 billion for Punta Cana alone. And the reason why Punta Cana, Charlie Michael, instead of anywhere else, 50% of all tourists go through Punta Cana Airport. So when they have 7.5 visitors or more next year, which I predict 8 million, which it's going to be more than 8 million, I believe now, but that means 4 million of the 8 million tourists coming to the DR going through Punta Cana. Now, not all 4 million are going to be individuals. Some of those 4 million are going to be families of 4, families of 5, families or partnerships of 2. So you can still see the numbers, though. You're going to have 100,000 people potentially looking for a place in the Punta Cana region every week for 12 months a year. They don't have 50,000 places, 60,000 places to stay right now. That means demand means your rental prices are going to be a little higher. But here's the other catch. My man, AB Refrigeration, Heating and Cooling, just bought a condo for $120,000, 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath. He could have bought that same condo over in Punta Cana. He's only going to make $4,200. I'll even say, let's say $5,000 is what he's going to make next year renting month to month. or this year, month to month. Well, it'll be next year actually. But over there, he could have just rented it $75 per night. Because you can go to Airbnb right now and see some of the new projects. And I'm just going to say a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, he probably, $75, $80 a night. All he needs is to make that number happen. And oh, by the way, they have an 80% occupancy rate in the DR. And another guy reported this year that he was doing, even on his low end, 63% occupancy rate. So if you do 30%, 30 days, 63, that means he's doing like 15 to 20 days a month. But we'll go down to 15 days. 15 days times $75. You guys start doing the numbers. Right? That's, in fact, let's do the numbers. Why don't we just do it? Check this out, right? Let me see. Do we have a calculator still up here somewhere? Let's see. Oh, okay. Where's the calculator? Here we go. So we'll go 15 nights, 50% occupancy. So here's the numbers. This is why this was a big time reasons, because this is the only one of the few islands where you actually had a low entry point. So that's $1,125 a month. All right. So if you start doing that, that's $12,000 a year. So all I'm trying to say is, and for $120,000, he would have been joining me having a 2-bedroom, 3.5-bath penthouse inside Panorama Gardens. At the time, was $123,000. Could have bought a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath villa at Primavera for $100,000 or $80,000 if you got there soon enough. It would have been $80,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath, 2-story villa next door, which all they have is a basketball court, soccer field, 3 pools already. So I don't know how many pools ultimately is going to be there, but there's 3 pools in the complex. This is a villa complex with condos, security gated. Both are gated. Both of these complexes, one's Vista Cana, one is Primavera. So I'm giving you an idea of what you could have bought for the same money, and you would have had a higher than a 10% return on your investment. And not have to rent out month to month, and they're all approved for Airbnb, and you have the amount of guests where you're going to be able to rent. And I got to tell you one other thing, which is crazy. The 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath, you put a pool in the backyard for $10,000. There's guys over there renting that unit for $150 per night. Double. So they're getting like $2,000 per month for something they bought for $100,000. I'm just saying, it's insane. So that's the actual reasoning. And they're building even more, which is crazy. They're doing convention centers. They're bringing in another casino in another section of town. They're bringing in other hotels. I mean, it's out of control because they know they're going to have 10 million visitors in 2024, my prediction, because they're adding another international airport. So they're going to have 2 international airports in Punta Cana. 2. And they're reaching for this one thing where, this is major. Anybody in the United States with their ID, you won't need a passport. If they do that, then they're going to have 10 million, 11, 12 million visitors per year. And where are they going to stay at? Anybody who gets in now, even to this day, you're going to love it because they go from 100,000 visitors that need a place to stay per week. Can you imagine if it's 200,000 or 150,000? That just makes you win. So that's one of the reasons, Charlie Michael. No credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. Sign me up, and I'm telling everybody else to sign up. We have over 40 people here in SSN Nation that bought property in the DR. Not everybody bought in Punta Cana area, but you don't have to. There's Santo Domingo, there's Samana, Las Terranas, there's Cabarete, there's Sosua. There's a lot of places where the property makes sense. If you can buy property for 120 grand and it's a 2 bedroom or a 3 bedroom, and you can rent it out for 75, 85, 90, 120 a night, you're making 10% or more return on your investment. And short-term rentals, people want to go there damn near all year long. This summer, they broke records as well. Generally, summer used to be slow time. They had 680,000, I think it was, in June, 700 and some thousand visitors in July, and I don't remember the number in September. How crazy is that? All right, my first investment property was a long-term rental. This gave me the experience to jump into the short-term rental world. These are two different animals. Exactly. Very, very much different animals. And speaking of that, Victor Marrero is one of the rare people who understands there's a difference, because not too many people have done both. Somebody in this new era would generally just have started with Airbnb potentially. But I, like Victor, I rented a long time ago. I don't like it. Victor Marrero did rentals also a long time ago with one of his properties that he has talked about before in Georgia. And he has a short-term rental in Orlando. The short-term rental in Orlando, I don't know how much he paid for the house in Georgia, but I'm pretty sure it was probably at least half or maybe even a third of the price that he paid for in Orlando. But here's the kicker. The price, the property, I'm just going to guess a third, at least the less, was the one in Georgia. The property in Orlando area, he makes more than a third of the rent that he receives from Georgia. He's in 5-figure territory monthly from a $300,000 investment. So if somebody told you I can buy something for $300,000, I can get $10,000 per month, I think everybody here would be like, sold. Where do I get this? That's $120,000 per year on a $300,000 investment. If you can get that, where is it, right? The only reason he can get that is because it's in an upscale environment and high demand location. So location matters. But the fact of the matter is, he was able to see that location. And that funny thing is, I saw it. And at the time I saw it, I didn't see the vision. Plus, I didn't have any idea of thinking about getting some in Orlando, really. So I was like, whatever, because I do things differently. I was always in short term because I rented on Airbnb based on timeshare, condo, hotels. So I never had to worry about housekeeping, never had to worry about anything really, security. Didn't have to worry about checking people in because they check in at the front desk. So I'm spoiled. So that's my whole thing. I just book it up, and then people check in at the front desk. They have to check out. If somebody doesn't check out, the front desk is knocking on the door. Hey, security, we need you out, man. Checkout was at 10. It's now 12. What's going on? I don't have to do anything. And I don't have to worry about the security because you check in like a normal hotel. So I've been spoiled for a long time. So I really didn't want to do any conventional renting because everything's locked up. Airbnb pays me. VRBO pays me. I don't have to go chasing anything. Don't have to worry about if there's damage. They have insurance. So if somebody damages my property, the insurance covers it. I'm just like, this is beautiful until it's not. When Atlanta and other cities start talking about, like Whistler, Canada says we're banning Airbnb properties, then things get interesting. So all I'm saying is, this is why I definitely am different in that respect. I will not do month to months. There's no reason to do month to months at all, in my opinion, unless you want to. But then if you're going to do it, you better get more than 5% return on your money, because otherwise it's, why bother? It's high risk. Because all it takes is, and I'll give a story, all it takes is one of these. I'm sitting in Sacramento. I have property in it was Reno, Nevada, condo, and I get a call. from I don't know who it was, maybe it was HOA or whatever, and they say, "Hey, Eric, you might have to get up here. There's a condo that's on fire next to your condo." And I'm like, "What do you mean? How close? What's going on? Is it the same wall?" They're like, "Well, it looks like it's a one door over." And I'm like, "Oh my God." Um, and then I get there and I find out it wasn't one of the places next door. It was actually my place is burnt up. Well, not entirely, but I'm saying it went from one wall through to my wall because it's in a condo. And now my condo's messed up. My tenant clearly has to have another place to live. My condo is not livable, but my mortgage company is saying, "Where's my money?" All right, cool. Insurance, well, we'll see you in a month or two before we can get started. So all of that stuff happened is another one of the things that happened when I own month to months. So and that's just one, there's several. So I was just like, you know what? I'll never do this ever again. Forget about it. Give me something easier. So Victor Marrero does his short-term rentals in Orlando area, Margaritaville, by the way, in case you want to know, high end. And then I do short-term rentals as well. And that's why I recommend short-term rentals. So there you go, Charlie. There you go. That's a story for you. And that's why it's two different animals. My ex is doing extremely well. Airbnb, both his flexes in Florida. There you go. There you go. Yeah, and he's actually doing like crazy number, like 95% occupancy in the middle of, well, I thought it was the middle of nowhere, but apparently it's not because he's been doing one hell of a job. So that's pretty awesome. But that's what we're talking about. And you make more money short term. That's the beauty of the whole thing. There's no way you can replace it. So we're in the ATL. If that's $1,500 per month, if it was short, well, again, you have to be in a certain location, in my opinion. But if you're able to rent it out, what is it? 75 a night, 80 a night. In fact, I won't get into it tonight, but I was going to go there and find out if there's anything in that neighborhood. Jeppy percentage went up to 11.29% annually. There we go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's Jeppy. You don't have to jump out of bed. That's your rate of return for a JP Morgan fund. At this point, AB, you may be better off just to rent for a while and sell ASAP when things get better. That area is not the best area for an Airbnb. Too many crimes in that area. Yeah, yeah, that's another one of those things. It depends on what the area is. But again, here's the rule. Thank you for mentioning that, Jawway J. AB, here's the rule, man. Location matters. And the other thing is, do not. First of all, you know the best thing to really do? I won't even get into some of this. The best thing to do is you have a lot of people here that have done real estate that's here in the SSN Nation. Next time you think you want to buy something, just come over here, man, and say, "Hey, I'm thinking about getting this property," or give us the numbers. Actually, you don't even really need to know the property. All you need to do is just send over the numbers. You just go, "Okay, I want to buy this for, let's say, 150. I'm going to rent it out for 2,500. This is the expenses. This is what I expect as the NOI." Just be a pro forma. And then we'll have questions. And then if it comes out to this kind of 5% thing, no, we're not. You're not going to do it. Don't waste your time. That's high risk. You're going to be negative a few months during the course of the year. You're going to be paying them to live there, is ultimately what's going to happen. So you don't want that. AB, I applaud you for leaning forward into the real estate world. You can do this. Just need to be strategic. Exactly. That's exactly the right words. Exactly. We all applaud you for getting your feet wet and getting in here, but do not make this mistake twice. All right? Do not do anything without knowing your rate of return before you get in. Don't just go, "I want to get this because it's real estate." Here's one of the fallacies about real estate. When people tell you they'll say things like, real estate goes up. Don't worry about what you buy it at. No, you when you're an investor, you worry about what you buy it at. So don't listen to any of that. When somebody says just get in, whatever, don't do that, because you may find out over the next year that thought process of just get it because it's real estate, everything will be fine. As soon as there's like I say, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but if it did, something happens where there's $3,000, $5,000 worth of repairs or something needs to be done that you didn't see when you were rehabbing. Now you'll have this sinking feeling. You'll be like, wait a minute, I'm only going to make like $4,000 this year and I got to spend five. There's all my profit that I was going to make. And now if anything else happens, I'm going to have to repair or fix or whatever, send somebody over there. That cost all the time. Then all of a sudden you're going to start feeling a little salty. And then you're going to be like, holy smokes, I got to raise my rent up. But now the rent value may not be able to be put up an extra $200 or $300. And so that's where the problem comes in. So that's why whenever we buy real estate, we always have to be cognizant of what we're buying it for and then what the expected rate of return is. All right. That is key. That's number one. Now, if we're just buying this for giggles and grins, which we're not, but if you ever did decide that for some reason, this is also not a good giggles and grins proposition. All right. But like Victor says, you're in it now, man. So the only good news, bad news is that when the economy turns around, or if you're able to increase the rental rate, you're going to have to be aggressive on that. Jawway J, it is a high crime area. At Victor, thank you. I'm 27. Well, AB Refrigeration, Heating and Cooling LLC. I'm glad you found us, man. You got a lot of guys here that's pulling for you and can help you out with information. I know there's other people around too, but other people usually sell courses. We actually don't. So we're here to help you, and we give you the truth, man, no matter how hard it is. We can't, and I'm just going to say this since you're 27, we can't win them all. We've all made good moves and bad moves. Nobody out here is immune. I don't care who they are. Everybody takes an L, and everybody learns from whatever they do. So we've all learned. So again, I owned condos and homes and I rented them out until I didn't. All right. I owned all kind of things that I wish I didn't own. I took L's. So you're 27, you're in the mix. You understand your confidence levels up now because you know how to buy, and you bought proudly under an LLC, even though you use a PG. You did what you needed to do to make the transaction happen, which is the first battle, because most people are scared. They won't even go through the first part, let alone follow through and buy at 27 years old. So you did the first thing great. But from now on, do not make anything where you're saying I'm making under 10% return annually. You don't even waste your time. That's the bottom line. All right. So just keep that in your head from now on. Whatever it is, I don't care what the deal is. I don't care how much it costs. If somebody tells you you're going to buy this for $1 million and you're going to make $50,000 a year, you're just going to look at them and say, thank you. See you later. That's not what you're looking for. All right. Because you can make that if you just stuck it at the stock market in one of these dividend funds. All right. So that's the good thing. All right. Charlie, thank you for answering. You provide great content. Thank you so much, Charlie Michael. I appreciate you being here in the SSN Nation on the Friday night live stream. 2 hours, 18 minutes in. Please smash the like button and give AB Refrigeration, the young man, a round of applause, because let's face facts, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, I know I used to be in my 20s. I used to be telling my friends, hey, man, check this out. You can get this property over here and you can do this, you can do that. And they'd look at you like with these glazed eyes, like, what's this guy talking about? Let's go play some video games. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. Trying to get you in the game. We need some assets. Come on. While we're young, get some assets. Because later on, you're going to need some of that money coming in. They're like, no. Let's go chase some women. Come on, man. Let's go to the club. Let's go to the strip joint. I'm like, hold up, man. Hold on, guys. I'm talking, here's my 20-some-year-old self because of AB in here making damage. He's actually out here trying to get assets at 27. Brilliant. I'm going to talk like I'm talking when I was at AB age, and my friends are talking, let's go to the club, let's go to the strip bar. And I'm like, hold on. What's my ROI? And they're like, what? They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, ho. They're like, oh no, we're going to be throwing the money up in the air, doing all this. I'm like, whoa, how much? And whatever, I don't know what they say, $50, $100, whatever. I'm like, and what do I get in return? Oh, some girl dancing on you. Seriously? That's it? Oh, naked girl dancing on you. Okay, yeah, that makes it a lot better. Like what? I'm a cool guy. I see naked women all the time. They sleep next to me. Why do I need money to do this? So you can guys already know I'm not a fan of strip joints, but nonetheless, everybody has their own vices. But all I'm saying is he's thinking of return on money. He's thinking of investments. That's what you should be thinking of in your 20s, because when you get to your 30s, things will be a lot easier when you have passive income coming in. And by the way, you guys know, hey, search the channel. I have a motivational speech because of AB. When you're in your 20s and under, remember that Superman and Superwoman situation that I was talking about? You guys got the big chest out and everything. You feel like you're invincible. You can one bounce. You can bounce around the world, do whatever the hell you want. That's the time that you need to be getting those assets. That's the time you need to be able to go spend and do whatever you want around the world, because as you get older, you never know what's going to happen. I like it reversed. I don't like the way America's always said, wait till you're 60, 70 years old, retire. You want to have fun before that, when your knees don't hurt, when you're breathing okay, when your muscles are full of strength and you can get around easier. That's what I've always said. So congratulations once again, AB. You done started the journey. Now, what you do from this point on, you learn from number one, and now we go to number two. Now, you're already figured in your sights you want a number two. You may have to be patient. Unfortunately, you may have to be patient for, what is this, 2020? So 2 years. 2.5 years. And the reason I say that is the Federal Reserve is going to start reducing the interest rate in probably about a year from now, or less. Either if it's going to be the summer or it's going to be like in December, somewhere in there. And then in 2024, it'll be back to around 4% or something, 4.5. Then people will start buying real estate again. So your real estate will increase in value. So once your real estate increases in value, then your infamous no credit, no down payment. The reason why you'll be able to do that is because you'll owe 108. And in theory, I'm just giving you a theoretical, it could have went up to 140 or 150. So you will then have about a $30,000 to $40,000 equity. Now you'll have the 20%, 20,000, 25,000 you could then take out. And now you make your move to your second property. Except this time, we're going to do it the SSN Nation way. You're going to go, hey, it's 10% or more. That's what you're looking for your return. All right. And now you'll have two properties. And now instead of that one that may be at this point giving you $400 per month, you'll have another one over here that's giving you like $500 or $600 per month. So now combined, you have $1,000, $1,200 per month coming in. And now you're off to the races. 30 under 30. Great job, man. All right. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you so much again, Charlie Michael. AB Refrigeration LLC. If it's low income, maybe you can rent Section 8, may pay you more rental. Yeah. Section 8 will pay more generally. This is true. The only thing is, on older properties, Vanessa Comegate, as you know, for Section 8, you have to qualify. Your property has to qualify for Section 8. So that usually means there might be some fix-ups or something like that, which is nothing wrong with that, but it's guaranteed money. But on the flip side of Section 8, sometimes it's subsidized money. So even though they're going to cut me a check for $1,000 a month, the people that live there would not normally qualify to live there. So then they don't take good care of my property. Yes, I went down the Section 8 path as well. And for me, I had to say it was a disaster. So another reason I was like, oh my God, they're sending me my money. They're paying me like 2 times the rate that I was charging for my other unit. So I was thinking I was good. But every month, hey, the dishwasher don't work. Hey, the doorknob doesn't work. Hey, the freaking glass got broken somehow. It was just like every freaking month it's something. My property manager, I was just like, dude, how can we get these people out of here? I don't even want to have Section 8 no more. I was crying. I was just like, every month I'm signing something that goes to this unit. He's like, I know, man, I know. I was like, good God. I'm just saying, this doesn't work for everybody. But for me, you guys are now getting a little bit more understanding. Why I was like, no, I'm not doing monthly rentals no more. I've been through all the ringers, crazy stuff. And it wasn't in the bad section of town, none of this stuff. That's the worst part about it. Vanessa, there's a Section 8 ban on unit 193. I'm in a number 11. Oh, they got a ban. Yeah. Well, there you go. No surprise. Again, like I said, I've been through it all. I've been through it all. Oh, okay. Dang. Yeah, it's crazy. For DRs, not only the beauty of the projects, but really opened the gate for foreign investors was the fact they could finance properties there. Before, you had to buy properties cash. That's true. That is very, very true. So hold on to the property, young man, until you can flip it for a profit. You got to write off. That's funny. I like it. Excellent. Charlie Michael, excellent. Someone in Canada is selling in Punta Cana 2 bedrooms, 1 bath for $150K Canadian. What's that? 125 American? Wilson Koo, talk to me. What is this? Talk to us. What is this, new? Or is this a condo? Is it a villa? And where in Punta Cana? We know it matters. The house in Columbus, Georgia. Here we go. He's giving out some information. I didn't want to give out the info. 165K back in 2000. 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 2 car garage. Great location, close to Fort Benning. The house has never been empty, not a single day. That's amazing. Amazing. That is amazing. But look again, ladies and gentlemen. See how he said close to Fort Benning? That means when he bought this, he had a plan. He said, okay, they don't have enough housing in this area. He bought it there. High rental location, talking about 100% occupancy for freaking 15, 16, 17 years. That's crazy. So 3 bedroom, 2 bath. So clearly his rent, I guarantee you, is not $5,000 a year. All right? No way. And I don't think it was $5,000 a year in 2005 either. So all I'm saying is I'm pretty sure he's doing A-okay with the rate of return because we're now 17 years later, which means property rental values increased a little. Even if you gave somebody a deal and said $900 a month, he's still doing fine. So all I'm saying, great job once again. This is what we look for out here. Vanessa Comegate, that's in the Clearwater area, right? Okay, I missed something. Oh, okay. He's talking about, yes, that area is hot because of the proximity to the beach. Long-term rental prices there have also exploded. That's correct. Yep. That's very correct. Yes, it is. And Clearwater is actually beautiful. Man, talk about Tampa Bay area, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, White Sands. Talk about like beautiful beaches. It's crazy. I have made good real estate investments. There we go. AB Refrigeration, Heating, and Cooling says he's made some other good real estate investments. That's great. Okay, he's got some others. He's been doing damage. He's been one of the ones all along. He says 116 Madison, it's Street, Macon, Georgia. Okay. All right. So wait. So if you have this property and the other property, then do you have enough equity in the Macon property? Then you got something that you could do no down payment. Look new. Let's see. Look new. Check on Facebook Marketplace. Okay. All right, Eric, you hit the nail on the head. Yes, to rent under Section 8, your properties have to meet certain standards, which can cause a significant amount. If you get the right renter, you'll be rolling. Exactly, Victor Morero. I always had the wrong Section 8 tenants. I tried it twice, and both times, straight disaster zone. It was terrible. But yeah, I remember I actually had to fix up my place to meet their criteria because one of my places didn't meet their criteria. And then one of them, they rolled in, did their checking and everything and said, you're good. And I was like, oh, let's go. And I'm thinking I'm about to do some damage. I was just like, okay, the one off, whatever. The second one, I was like, maybe this one won't be that bad. And then it ended up being almost nearly the same. I was like, okay, we're done. Told management, if these people ever leave, never again. Let's go with conventional. I'll take my chances with conventional. But all right. So it looks like AB Refrigeration, Heating, and Cooling. He's saying, hey, I'm going all over the state handling biz. All right. Okay. Congratulations. Property number 2. I won't go looking into that one that much because we're 2 hours, 32 minutes in. Please smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. But I really wish at your young age, AB, you consider, go search the channel, check out the pre-construction videos that I have for Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, because if you can afford to throw this into the mix, I would advise you to get a place there. You're still young, and 20 years from now, I don't know what the place would be valued at, but all I do know is whatever you bought it at now, it won't be that price later, and whatever you rent it for later, you're going to be getting a great return on your money. That's all I know that's going to happen. So search the channel. No credit check, no qualifying, by the way, but you will have to put, 10% down or whatever, and then you got to pay monthly till it's built. But go the pre-construction route. All right. So there we go. My long-term rental for the Columbus home is $1,350 per month. I could increase it, but the current tenant has taken very good care of it. Exactly. I would hate to raise and lose the current renters. Yeah, there's no reason. There's a fine line. When you have great tenants, you want them to stay. And especially when they are like, hey, Victor Morero apparently has the same tenants. I used to have tenants, and they were great. Pay every month on time. And send me notes. Eric, the dishwasher actually stopped working. But we called the repair guy. He came out. It was only $75 to fix it, so we took care of it. We just love living here. Damn. Okay, cool. So any little minor things these people would handle. We fixed the toilet, stopped working, and it was the handle that broke off. So we decided to go down and get the $3 handle and put it on. Hopefully that's okay. Yes, thank you. I mean, hey, so yeah, I was never raising their rent other than $25 in like a year and a half or 2 years, whenever their 2-year came up. $25, that's it. Everybody else, $75. But these guys, I want them to stay. So yeah, I don't blame you for that at all. But there you go. He gave you the numbers. 165. He does the $1,350 per month. Even if we do the, let's see, he said 2005. So even if Victor Morero did the simplest thing, which I'm pretty sure he didn't, he was in the military. But let's just say conventionally, he put down 10%, he owed a 150, got a 4% loan. Had $700 per month. And he's doing whatever, 650. So he's doing like 9 G's a year, 10 G's a year, let's say, just rounding about 10 G's a year. That's his rental for that property, let's say. And then by contrast, 2 times the amount, 300 G's, he's doing like, well, I know the number, but I'm just going to use this number, $10,000 per month, short-term rentals at Margaritaville, profit. Different animals, way big different return. Just saying. Just saying. All right. Well, that was a great time with AB Refrigeration, Heating and Cooling LLC, the young entrepreneur, the young CEO, the young emerging millionaire has already started. Very proud of you, AB Refrigeration, Heating and Cooling LLC. Very proud of you. Keep going, man. But no matter what, on these next moves, do not do these little 5%, 4%, 3%, 8%, under 10% maneuvers. We want you to do higher maneuvers. All right. You can do it now. You have more than one. You let the cat out the bag, and it sounds like you might even have other properties. So don't get shy out here, but don't get greedy and take these low. Just go with the next move up. And still just real estate. Just move up to the next level, man. Get a better rate of return. We want you to get a 10, 15% or somewhere in that range. You do that a couple times, and the next thing you know, you'll be sitting there going, wait a minute, that's $7,000 per month? That's $9,000 per month? Hold on a second. Hold on. Do I have to go to work today? Do I have to go to work? I don't think so. My long-term rental for Columbus, 100% Truths in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream. Thank you so much for being here. Are you ready for 2023? It's the Financial Survival Guide. And guess what? Courtesy of the 27-year-old Mr. AB, the refrigeration guy, talking about some real estate. We got into it a little bit tonight. It was awesome. You guys know I love real estate. Hi there. Hello to you too. Thank you so much for being here. I did a conventional loan, but paid already. It's being paid off since 2018, so I'm playing with casino money now. Property tax a little high, I think, $3,000 per year. Yeah, that's 1.5%, something like that. Yeah. I know. It's crazy. All these states that used to have low taxes, now their real estate taxes starting to escalate. Something has to escalate, right? But see, there we go. So 13 years, he prepaid it off early, used some of that money. So here's the other part. If AB's still with me and other people in real estate, Victor Marrero, even though he did the 165, he has a conventional loan. I'm again going to guess around $650 a month or what it was or something. Even if he rented it out for $1,000 per month or $1,100 per month before he got to the $1,350, he could have been $400 or $500 or $600 a month extra. So keep this in mind when you rent properties. A lot of people won't do this. You should be paying, let's just say you owe $700 per month. You're collecting $1,200 per month. Most people will send the mortgage company $700 per month. You should be sending the mortgage company not only the $700 per month, but you should be sending us another check that month for, let's say, an extra $200 or $300. That actually will reduce your mortgage in half the time, just off of that little extra $200, $300. You're getting it from your tenants anyhow. It's not costing you anything, so you might as well use that and pay down your principal faster. All right? One of the little tricks of the trade. That's why when you're able to have a 10, 15, 20% return, you get to use your extra profit to pay down your debt faster, not all at once. Don't send them check it. Well, I always did it separately. Some people will do the same, but I don't like if it's $700, send that in. Then you send in the second one and say, put it up towards the principal. And you're playing with other people's money because you're making money from it. Use that and pay it down. And then next thing you know, you'll be like, wait a minute, do I really, whoa, I paid this much? Because you won't even realize it. An extra $5,000 a year, $6,000, $8,000 per year. And after 2 or 3 years, that's a lot of money on your principal. And that's bringing down your mortgage payment as well. It all adds up. So those are the little tricks of the trade as well. And that's why real estate is very powerful. And then we got to have those extra streams of revenue. We got to have our other businesses going as well. All of that is in the survival guide, ladies and gentlemen. There is no guide. All right. You have to watch the videos. So join us on Monday night when it's Money Making Monday live stream at 8:50 p.m. because we're going to be talking about something else. I didn't even get into, are we ready for the 2023? But down below in the description, there's so much going on. Get your free stocks from Robinhood and Webull. Go down there and check out some crypto NFTs that are backed by real world businesses. Get involved with that. You can search the channel for the cash flow NFT. Search the channel for the debt box node. There's a bunch. Get your unstoppable domain, because it's a .bitcoin, .wallet, .crypto, .x, .nft. All of that is on the unstoppable domains. But here's the difference between a .com and a .crypto. .com, IO GoDaddy, $19, $18 per year. .crypto, I owe $0 per year. .com, I want to have a website. That means I have to have hosting. So that means you have to pay hosting every month or yearly. If I have a .crypto, I have a website. I don't have to pay for hosting or nothing yearly. It's a one-time payment. You can put a website on your .crypto, .nft, .x, .bitcoin, .wallet address. You can post up pictures, video, website, and people can send you money, crypto. And you just go ericbird.crypto. And they can choose whichever crypto they want, the top 300 cryptos. It comes to you, but all they need is ericbird.crypto. They don't need that alphanumeric character string or a QR code or nothing. Unstoppable domains, very powerful. It has potential, and it only costs you $20 one time. There's others that could be $10 depending on what they are, but the unstoppable domain link is down below, ladies and gentlemen. All right. All right. Okay, how does it feel to be retired? 100% true. Now, I don't know who you're talking to, because here's something that's very interesting. Victor Marrero, which I think you may be talking to, he has done the unthinkable. No, he's done something that is awesome. Not only did he rent that out, he also got his other property, Margaritaville, and he still kept his job where he's about to retire in the next, I guess, year. And now I'm assuming he has some sort of pension fund or something else coming in, retirement fund coming in. So he has at least 3 or 4 streams of revenue that's coming in. So he's actually not officially retired. Now, if you're talking about me, well, I don't know what you mean, because I've had this question asked of me for the last 30 years. So if you mean retired, like you can come and go wherever you want to go, how you want to go and all that, okay, then I'm retired. Yeah, I haven't worked at a 9-to-5 job or had to be at a job for 30 years at least, somewhere like that. And it was, and you know what's even funnier was I was younger, so I looked at it, we were in a different world. I'm younger, so you never know what's going to happen in the future. So I actually worked at places just so I could say I worked places. What does it look like when you're freaking 30 years old or something, 25 years old, and somebody's looking at you like, and hey, you want to do something, and they're looking at you like, okay, let's see your resume. And your resume says, oh, this business, this business, this business, who's running it? And you go, you are, I am. They're like, what are you talking about? You're only 25, you're only 27, you're only 30. But I'm not going to go with that. So I figured I better have some sort of jobs. And so I'd have these little jobs. I'd take any jobs. It beats sitting around the house. This brings me up a story time, 100% true. This brings me up a story time. So here's the story time. So AB is 27. He's out here making things happen. He's slaying dragons. So the coolest thing you're thinking at the time, at least I'm going to set this up because you guys are thinking, a lot of people think this. You're thinking at the time, man, this is going to be cool. I make this money. I sit at the house. I can do whatever I want and come and go as I please. Okay. It was all going good until you sat at the house for like a week. Then it was like 10 days. And then it was like you call up your friends and you realize, oh, damn, it's 2 o'clock in the day. They're at work. Why aren't they answering their phone? Oh, it's 2 in the day. They're at work. Then you call them up after work. It's 5 o'clock in the day, 7 o'clock in the day. Hey, man, what's up? Let's go play. Let's go do something. Oh, man, I'm tired. I just got off work. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot it's only Tuesday. Oh, then you realize, wait, all my friends are still working. All my friends can't go to Vegas with me. All my friends can't go to Mexico with me. All my friends can't go to Miami with me because they have jobs. So now I'm like blown away. I'm like, okay, I'm sitting around here, cool place, nothing to do. You can only chase women for so long. And I'm like, damn, this isn't cool. So now I'm sitting around, but all my friends, so then I try to get my friends to get involved with kind of stuff I'm doing, but not everybody likes to invest, not likes to do stuff like that, don't want to do their own businesses. So it was sad. Very sad. That's all I can say. Very sad. Very sad. Eric, any word on that new Punta Cana project you're looking at? You're talking about Larimar? Did you close the loop with the beach and sign a new contract with the new project? No, everything's in limbo, man. Even Panorama Garden. Okay, everything's effed up. Taking an L at the beach. Panorama Garden said, Eric, we're going to send your money back. You guys know that was 3 months ago, right? No money came back yet. Then they said, oh, yeah, well, we meant 120 days or 90 days or 60 days. I was like, I have emails from you. What are you talking about? I said, no, here's what one says, 60 days. And then another one says 90 days. So I was like, I don't know where you're coming up with this 120-day stuff. But so they started. So no, none's been finalized. I've taken an L on the beach. They're not, no love from them, period. So that's a hit. And then Panorama Garden on Larimar. You guys know I love Larimar. But Gwen and Gennaro, they sent me messages going, Eric, so which one are you going to get? And then I was like, dudes, I got to tell you something. No matter how much I love Larimar, I got an issue. I said the 2 bedrooms are only 60 square meters, 60 square meters. They're 2 bedroom, 2 baths, not a half bath. 60 square meters is only 660 square feet. That is very small for a 2 bedroom. I said, damn, the complex is cool, but I'm not happy about that. In fact, you know what? I'm going to reevaluate because here's what I really think. Even though I love Larimar, even though I love Cruise on Land, the thing is, there's going to be probably another project that comes out that's going to be equally as awesome. So I'm just sitting here going, okay, why don't I just chill out for a little bit? So no, nothing has happened since then. I did not sign the contract for Larimar. Now, I will say this. Um, I'm leaning heavily towards Larimar. But the thing is, I don't like 660 square feet for a two-bedroom. So $120,000 for the condo, it's one hell of a price, but it's not like it's 800 square feet or 900 square feet at least. I just don't like it. I love the project, love everything. I just don't. We want to get top dollar. I need the place to be a little bigger, but that means, am I going to go for that 250,000 unit across the way? No. If I'm going to do that, then I might as well get a big ass villa and call it a day. So I'm in limbo right now. We're going to find out what's going to pop up new in the next 60 days. And because after the next 60 days, it's going to be crazy. All right. Yeah. Did you ever feel lonely? Okay. 100% true. Here's the funniest thing, right? So let's just call it what it is, man. So we're an animal in reality, right? By being an animal, you adapt, right? So this is where things get a little different. So now I'm hanging out at the pad. In fact, I guess I should give a couple of stories. I'll just give another place where I used to live, for instance, right? I used to live in a condominium project. This is old school. How about a condominium project that you live at that every Sunday they have brunch? And the brunch, you would think you have to pay for it. But imagine you live at a condominium project where brunch is included at the clubhouse. You and any guest. So if you have a 2-bedroom, you can have up to 6 people come with you. So if you have friends and all that hanging out, you just go up. It's brunch on Sunday. We're going to go eat. It's cool. So here's what happens though. So you can imagine a 20-something hanging out, walking around in the mall, going to get yourself some clothes. And what do you see there, right? No, it's not lonely because you're an animal out here. You're young, you're single, you're out here and you see beautiful women all over the place. Here's the weirdest part. Because I'm out, because I'm doing things, the women didn't know that I was only 20-something. So I'm messing around with women that are older than me because they're the ones that generally have their own businesses. They're out and about. So they think I'm like 30-something, but I'm 20-something. And I'm talking like I'm 30-something just like them because I have businesses. So they just thought I'm 30-something along with them. So I'm hanging out with all these beautiful women all over Sacktown, all over the Bay Area, all over LA. I'm like the man. What can I say? No, not bored, man. I'm in Las Vegas. I'm VIP. Let me just tell you like it is. You guys, I've had a hell of a life. Why do you think I sit here and talk on here for 4 years? The reality is I've had one hell of a life. It's been awesome. So, man, I'm all over the place. I'm down with guys in LA, the music biz. In fact, this brings up a story I'm going to tell you guys later about. 2 hours, 54 minutes. So I have about 6 minutes to tell you about another story. But I'm in LA, the rap artists, music artists. I'm hanging out with all these people, partying all over Sunset Strip, the Hollywood Hills, San Diego. I mean, come on, man. Santa Barbara. I mean, everywhere you can imagine. Palm Springs. Man, I'm in Miami. Come on. I just get on planes and go. I'm in Mexico. I'm in Hawaii. I'm wherever I want to be. And the beauty of it is I get to take, like, at the time you're 20 something. So of course it's about women and partying and having fun. So I get to take the most beautiful women on the planet with me. They're hanging with me. Um, Nightclubs, shows, every play. You're not normally not going to be 20 something and go to see plays like on Broadway, but I was. Um, all kind of stuff, man. Hell no, it wasn't boring. Although my friends my age, they couldn't hang with me. They mostly had jobs. But that didn't matter to me. Man, let's just put it this way. I've been thinking about writing a book lately because some of the stuff I can't even believe. Let's just put it that way. Whoa, you haven't been in a 9 to 5 job? Are you kidding me? You've been living. Are you doing self-contribution for Social Security? I don't think it will last. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. It had the Social Security has always been self-employment taxes, and hold on. Keep in mind, okay. Victor Marrero, I'm very, very different. You're going to die about this. So I started working, getting a W-2 when I was 15. I used to work before I went to school. So 15, 16, 17. When I'm in college, even though I played sports, I still got jobs. That's how funny this is. So 18, so you need 40 quarters, right? Or whatever I think it was 40 quarters. So I was working 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So, all right. So that's 7 years. And then when I graduated, I worked 3, 4. So for 10 years, 12 years, I actually worked at a W-2 job, maybe 13, something like that. That's what's so funny about this. And then, as you know, when you have most people don't know, when you have your own business, it's a different calculation, but either you work for yourself and pay self-employment, or you work for your company and get a W-2. And so I did both. So that's how it goes. All right. So just so you know how the setups go, that's what you do. But yeah, I never told you guys that. So everybody who's here, there's only a little bit of people here. They don't really know. So you guys know the little dirty secret. Yeah, I haven't worked for like 30 years for anybody else. So when somebody comes talking to me like, Eric, you need to do this, you need to do that. Now you guys can see why easily I'm like, I don't think so. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so. So yeah, it's been a long, long time. Yeah. Long time. Why don't you just keep the beach? It will work out at the end. The beach, yeah, but no. No, the beach, no, I'm scared. No, Victor Marrero, I'm scared. No, I got to tell you the serious biz. Imagine at, like, for instance, you have your condo at the Rock and it's 231,000. And imagine not only, well, it's the same situation as with Rock. It's late. And imagine when they finish it, they walk up to you and go, hey, Victor, you get your delivery papers. And instead of it saying 100K, it says 160K, because they have a clause that they can add in this extra up to 25% nonsense in there. You're not going to be too happy. And I think that's what's going to happen, because they're already over a year behind. So I don't trust them. Like I said, they have agreements with Rosa, who started that joint in 2018. She was over, she went over the sales goals by a wide margin. They still fired her. She was supposed to do, the hotel situation came up. She's supposed to do the rentals for the condo hotels, and I think they reneged on that too. She has all this in writing and everything. So I was like, wait, these guys are doing all this crazy stuff. I just don't trust them. So it's not so much the beach itself, because the beach is going to look like one badass place. That penthouse, ooh, it's badass. But again, I just don't trust them. And there's other things I don't like either. It's not open to the public. It's not. There's no hotel there anymore. So I don't know if that means if there's going to be restaurants, but even if there are restaurants there, it won't matter because it's not open to the general public, and people who live there have kitchens. So, I mean, people aren't going to be going to the restaurant. They're supposed to have 3 of them. They were supposed to have a spa center there. So all of that is in flux. I don't even think they're going to have those anymore. And so I don't really trust them. And I don't really want to pay 250,000, I think it was 258. I'm pretty sure. As it turned out, after I should have been paying 237. First of all, I got a bunch of stuff going on with me. I was supposed to pay like 237.5. Ends up being 255. So yeah, I was like, I'd rather lose 30 G's than to pay for 2 more years. And then next thing I know, I'm going to pay an extra 60 G's. I was like, nah, I don't trust you guys. Vanessa says it's lonely at the top. Yeah, the seamless genius is down there having the blast of her lifetime. It's real lonely down there, being able to do what you want, when you want, how you want. Yeah, that was funny. Did you ever feel like your friends were jealous of you? 100% true. No, I never felt that way. Not really. I'm going to tell you why. 100% true. I wasn't like most people. So I'll just, I mean, there's things like, I'll give you a perfect example. The reason why my friends I never saw that side was because it was very simple. If my friends ever called up and needed anything, I would just be like, all right, man, I'm coming over right now to help out. Or, hey, man, my car broke down. And my car is going to be in the shop for like 2 weeks or a month. And I don't have a way to get to work, or I can't do a rental car. My insurance don't cover it. I would tell them, hey, man, just come get one of my cars. And they're like, so I just give them my car. And they'd be like, when do you want it back? I was like, I got another car. I don't, just drive it till you bring it back when your car gets fixed. So all my friends, whenever they needed help and stuff, I would help them out. And not only that, the other part to it is I lived in Sac, but that didn't matter. I got all over the place, right? So I could be in Lake Tahoe, which is up by Sac. I could be in Reno, which is up by Sac. I could be in the Bay Area. But on the air flights, I could be in Las Vegas also. And at the time, I played and gambled and was a casino type of guy. And I won't even get into that. But anyhow, I was VIP at the casinos. And when you're in your 20s and you have VIP status, that's pretty cool. You walk in any hotel and you go to the VIP room and they're just like, hey, Mr. Bird, how are you doing today? What room or what suite do you want? And how many people's with you? So, no, 100% true. I would bring my friends with me, like on a weekend or a Friday or Saturday or whatever. I'd just surprise them. I'd be like, hey, man, you want to go to, we're going up to, let's say, Lake Tahoe. And there used to have shows. And there'd be top artists used to play at the casinos back in the day. Or there'd be one of those sexy shows, women half semi-nude or whatever shows. So big time shows, though, that would won awards and things like that. So I would bring 4 or 5 of my friends with me VIP, front row, second row, whatever the case may be, backstage talking to them. My friends would be like, "Who are you?" So no, man, my friends would come along for the rides. Even though they would have to work, I would still try to say, "Hey, man, come on, I got you." So I never had my friends really pay for their stuff because I knew they were hard at work. So I had complimentary stuff all the time. So I would bring them with me and we'd have all we can eat, stay in the suites, go check out the shows, all we can drink, all we can eat. The VIP people are very nice. And then my friends would be like, "Man, this is cool." And so, we'd talk, hang out. I try to always get them to start doing some business and stuff, but they'd be too busy about having to get their job stuff. So, but nonetheless, so we'd go hang out. Then, of course, I played a little hoops at the time. So, so it was never like that. Because I would always try to bring my friends up with me. I'd always talk to them, say, "Hey, man, why don't you come help me do my business over here? I was thinking about starting this. What do you think?" And I'd always involve them with what I was trying to do. And then I'd give them an option to help me when they get off work or join me and I'll pay them, or this is how we're going to make profits. So we'll split the profits. So I'd always try to have them join me. So there was never no jealousy like that. But then again, all my friends, I don't just hang out with anybody. My friends are usually good people. I mean, I generally just have good people hang around me. Anybody that's acting stupid, I don't really hang out with people that act stupid. You got it. It takes you 10 years to build the 40 points. Good for you. Definitely. You need to write a book. I'll be the first one to read it. Exactly, man. Exactly. So yeah, that's what happened, Victor Marrero, because I started so young. Like I said, I was going to work before school. When I was I don't know what they called it, but anyhow, you got credit at school, and I got paid a check, a W-2. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1 year I didn't work. So then 19 and 20. And you guys can imagine, if you play sports at a college, people generally know who you are in the community, right? So I'll never forget one time I worked for Domino's Pizza while I'm at college. And the reason I worked for Domino's Pizza was because you get cash tips. And that's off the books, so to speak. And you still get a W-2. So I would show up at somebody's door, they would order pizza, and it would be never the parents. It would always be some kid that's like 15, 10 years old, and he'd be like, "Hey, that's Eric Bird. Mom and Dad, you know who this is? He's delivering our pizza? Are you serious?" Hella funny. Hella funny. The kids would always be like, "That's that guy, Eric Bird. I seen him play on basketball. This is him. I can't believe it." And I'd get a kick out of that. Meanwhile, I'm still working. Even though I'm still scholarships, school handled, I'm still getting that money, W-2s. Yeah, and going to practice and doing that. So, hey, while you're young, I had Superman clothes on. So no, man, my friends were never jealous of me. My friends used to always be like in disbelief. They wouldn't believe it. That's all that would happen whenever we'd do something. San Francisco Bay Area is always cool. You have nightclubs down there. So displacing yourself. So you guys can imagine, if you're 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, think about it. You're out partying, right? I hope. If you're lucky enough, you're out partying, playing around. You know what club you can get into or can't get into, or maybe you had to stand in line. So you have to start thinking, what if you're in Sacramento and you're with somebody and you go to club? You don't have to stand in line. You just walk up to the front. You're in the club. You don't have to pay the $20 or $15, whatever it was, right? We're cool. But imagine if you're in any city West Coast. So we're in San Francisco. Go to the club, the one that overlooks the dance floors over the water. Just walk in. They're like, wait, we're in San Francisco. He's doing it again. We're in San Diego. He's doing it again. We're in Las Vegas. He's doing it again. So my friends were always cool because they were always like, oh, this is an adventure. Let's see what happens next. So that's what you want to do, man. That's what you want. That's how you want life. You want to spend life with good people, safe, don't want to have problems, and you'll never, generally, you'll try to stay away as many problems as usual because there's always going to be problems. But I'm still trying to think jealousy and friends. That doesn't add up. Now, if you start talking about if I play hoops and a team and jealousy, yeah, we got issues there. But as far as friendship and all that, that's not a thing. I wish I had a friend like you. Hey, 100% true. You do have a friend like me. You're here now, right? We still do the damn things, all right? All right. So, 100% true. I'll play you one of these. This is some tape from way, way back. I'll play this tape right here. Here goes a good one for you. Here goes one for you. Yeah, and by the way, even though I'm here, that I'm about to show you, I took my friends here too. But then I'm a little older though, but still, nonetheless, doesn't matter what age I am. I'm still taking my friends with me. If I'm going, I usually like to have a couple of my friends go because they don't get a chance to experience certain things. So I'm just like, why not, man? Come on with me. So let's see if I can get this one out the way. I don't see it. Here we go. Let's go with this one. Check this out. I don't know. He's got a good shot.
A lot of competition.
The guy can play. But we all showed up to dethrone him this year. But I brought him something, courtesy of Poker 101A. This is his jersey. And then we're going to auction one off.
Oh, sweet.
So he's got another one.
Great.
All right?
Very
We have
nice.
some heavyweights here.
It's all right. You can hold your own.
David Devilfish Juliet. You know, I'm here. Phil Ivey might even be here. I mean, we have heavyweights here tonight. So us little guys, we're going to have to do something serious.
Here he is, the man of the hour, Don Cheadle. Last year's tournament winner arriving to defend his title.
All right, 100% true. You're bringing out a little something, something, but everybody knows I've been playing that video for a while. So I used to play a little poker too, man. So be anywhere on the planet. So David Devilfish Juliet, he passed away. And at the end, that's me and him. And that's actually in Aruba. Not in LA at the Playboy Mansion. So so we've been in a few events and a few other places around the world, but you just never know, man. Life is a journey. So when we went down to the Playboy Mansion, I went there I've been there like 3 or 4 times. So the first time I went there, again, it was cool, but I didn't take my friends or didn't even think about my friends really. And then I told my friends I went there and told them, yeah, this is what would happen. This is what's going down, whatever. And some of my friends go, E, what do you mean, man? You did not go down there because I didn't take pictures. That's the thing. This stuff that they do now, I never really took pictures. So it wasn't a thing. So nobody knew some of the So I'd tell them, okay, so the first time I went, I told them, okay, this is what happened. So then I said, okay, I'm going to go again. So I told a few of my friends, I said, hey, you guys want to go this time? And I said, hey, you better bring your girl with you Don't leave her home. And by the way, at this point, later on, I'm married, so I bring my wife with me. I don't go down there by myself. And plus, I'm not into skinny playmates anyhow, so it doesn't really matter. But the point of the matter is, there's everybody a who's in the house. It's fun. You get to, and you never know what connections you get because most people that are stars are pretty reasonable, and if they like you, then they'll invite you to, hey, come check us out here, or what do you do? Then so you connect. It's kind of cool. So the second time I went, I took my friends with me, and they were like in disbelief because we used to be world famous at L.A. at the Playboy Mansion. So, but anyhow, you're here, 100% true. Did you ever feel like they were using you for the resources? No, 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 because nobody. You have to understand when you start going around. Let's just put it this way: nobody really knows me, right, here on YouTube or anything like that. So if you knew me, and ever since you know me, you knew that Eric just came back from whereverville, right? You never know. So it's a normal process. It's not like something special. And if you knew I did business, you'd be like, oh yeah, Eric, he has his own business over here. He does that. But you don't believe in that business, and we don't do the business together. So for you, Eric's doing his business, you're doing your business. You're just like we each doing our own thing. So it's never any resources or never any, hey man, I need some monies and all that. It was never nothing. It's never nothing because everything was it's like a spur of the moment type thing. I remember a guy brought I didn't even know the guy, and he was getting married, and it was 48 hours before he got married, and we're sitting in Sacramento, and we're sitting there. It's like four in the day or something, and they're like, yeah, we didn't even have a bachelor party and this, that, and the other. And I didn't really know these guys. I knew my friend who was part of the group, but the other four dudes I didn't even know. And so this is what I'm saying. And so we're sitting there talking. They're like, man, we should have done a bachelor party. And I was like, well, it's not too late. And they were like, wait, it's like 4:00. I'm getting married in 48 hours. I can't do it tomorrow. So if anything has to happen, we have to do it like today, tonight, but we don't have any way to make it happen. It's 4:00 in the day. It just so happened it was I think it was a Thursday. So it's Thursday night, 4:00 in the day. They're talking, they're bummed. They're like, man, I can't believe this. My friend, we're just sitting there talking and having a few drinks. And I'm like, man, I wish you guys would have told me about this like a few hours ago. We could have done something maybe. So then I just turned to him and I said, actually, hold on. So what I did was I called up Harrah's Lake Tahoe. And I wish I could remember the name of this show, but it's one of the baddest shows ever. It'll do for a bachelor type environment because this is a show where, okay, the women are nude. It's an actual show. So there's lights, cameras, actions. It's not like a sex show. It's more like erotic. And they had this water scene in the tub, and the woman gets wet, and it's crazy. It's badass. It had awards and everything. So, and it had music. I mean, it's a real show. So I call up Harrah's Lake Tahoe. I say, hey, the VIP guys. I said, hey, can I get? I think it was 5 of us. Can I get 5 tickets to the show tonight? This guy's getting married in like 48 hours. And apparently they didn't do any bachelor parties. So guess what? Can you get me 5 seats in the front row? of this show, this specific show, even though you have other rooms. But I was like, I want this show. And they go, Eric, yeah, we can hook you up. So I hang up the phone and I tell the guys, you guys ready for your bachelor party? They're like, what? And they're like, where? I said, an hour and 35-minute drive, Lake Tahoe. They're like, Lake Tahoe? Seriously? And then I told them about the show. They look it up and they're like, oh, yeah, I heard about this thing. I said, yeah, wait till you see it in person. So that's how it goes, right? You help out other people. So we leave, we get there. Show started, I think, 7:30, something like that. And they give me 2 suites upstairs. They're 3,000 square feet or something. They're pretty big. And so the guys, we stay out overnight in the suites. They feed us after the show. Next morning, feed us again, and we leave. So I do some guys, random dudes, bachelor party just off the top. So that's what I've pretty much been doing the whole time, man. So no, resources, never a thing. Never. Nothing like that, man. Where did you get that driving worth that young? Oh, this is good. Story night, huh? It happened when I was about 11 years old, I think. Something like that. Yeah, 6th grade, 7th grade, something like that. In New Jersey, my dad's in the military. Some dude came by with one of these music boxes. And now you got to keep in mind, my dad was an officer. So he's doing pretty good. So not that I was a spoiled kid or anything like that. And so this is the whole reason why this came about. I didn't have any real music boxes or music anything. So I just said, hey, Dad, can I get one of the music boxes? And he looks at me like, I got half of the money. Where's your half? I was like, what? I'm like 11 years old. So at that point, I was like, what am I going to do as 11 years old? I'm trying to think, how am I going to make money besides the lemonade stand or juice stand or something like that, which is only 5 cents, 10 cents. I'm like doing calculations like $25, $30 for that boom box, or maybe more than that. But all I'm saying is, oh, this is going to take me months. So then he says, I have a lawnmower in the garage. Right then and there, lawn service. So I go knocking on people's doors. 11 years old. Hey, can I mow your lawn every Saturday or every Friday or Saturday or Sunday, whatever the schedule could be? And people started saying yes for like $3, $5, whatever the case may be. So that's how it all started. So not only did that build confidence, that also got me into a situation where I wasn't afraid to actually go out there and try to earn a living, so to speak. And now remember, I'm 11, I'm asking adults. And so I'm having them negotiate prices and I have to collect. So all of that, businesses started unknowingly. So that's how it all started off. And then what's even more interesting is after I did that for a month or two, talk about partnerships. Now I find out how to enter into a partnership with another person, because now we can do, instead of 6, 7 lawns, now we can do 10, 12 lawns, make a little bit more money, split the money. And then you learn about partnerships don't work out all the time because my partner decided not to split the money one time. And that's the one time we're not going to be partners after that. So even though we're making money, it was crazy. So anyhow, that's how it all started, man. Just from that right there. And from that point on, it was just like anything I ever wanted, I generally had to earn it. So I earned it. So that just morphed into, I'm running my own business anyhow. So this is second nature. No problems. So there you go. All right. So hopefully that helps you out. Everybody else, you guys got tons of stories tonight. 3 hours, 24 minutes in. Please smash the like button. If you like what we're talking about, please subscribe to the channel, click the all notification bell, and don't miss the videos that I'm going to be laying down over the next week or two. Because again, don't get yourself caught up into this. Are you going to be ready for 2023? Don't get caught up in overspending because it's a manufactured holiday, Christmas. Don't get caught up because of New Year's, manufactured holiday, because the calendar changes. Don't get yourself caught up in all that, because that bullets that you're out there spending and using, you could be using bullets. That type of money can be used so you have money coming in all the time for the rest of your life. And some of you may go, hey, Eric, stop. I'm only going to be spending $200, $300, $500. Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? You know what somebody said like 20 years ago when it was 2002 and they were sitting there buying Apple instead of partying when Apple stock was like $3, $2? You wish you would have been spending that $200 on some Apple, because it ends up being over $1 million. All right. There's things that happen. I'm not saying this happens for everybody, but you could be using that money to invest in something that's going to help you out down the line, not just gratification right now, but 10 years, 15 years later, that could change your life. So you have to think that way sometimes. So therefore, just do it that way. Just do it that way. Do you think you would have been satisfied with your life had you worked a regular job? No. The problem is, no. The reason why is because I was ahead of the curve. So when I started doing my own little business at 11 years old, which I just thought I was mowing grass, and then as I get older, it's like, wait, what are these guys talking about? Landscaping? Seriously? I was doing landscaping, man. So anyhow, no. The problem came in several fronts, and I'll give you an example of one right now. So I worked for a water company, Crystal Water, at one time, and I worked in the collection department. So you guys have to understand, you know, when they come out and give coolers and bottled water, and people move or don't return them, then that means they need somebody to find the coolers and all the bottled waters. In the meantime, that cooler is out of service. So that means the company has to order another cooler. For our next customer is going to need a cooler. So they have to order coolers. For every time they lose one, that's another cooler they have to order. Along with every time they give one to a person anyhow, they have to order more coolers to give to another new customer. So anyhow, once you understand the ecosystem that they're spending thousands of dollars per month for coolers and bottles because of the lost coolers and bottles, plus the other coolers and bottles in use, then you kind of figure out, hey, what's going on? So with every business I worked at, because I went to college for business and I done business, it's always was like efficiencies were always lost. It was like, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Oh, hey, you're only 23 years old. What the frick? You're 23, 24 years old. What do you know? Okay, fine, whatever. But in this particular case, with Crystal Water, one day I walk into the president's office, CEO, president's office, and I tell him, I said, hey, man. So I bring him a whole spreadsheet. I bring him everything. I said, hey, man, you see how many coolers? We had 2 people in my department. And I said, look how many coolers, look how many bottles we have over the last 6 months. And then look over here, look how much you've been spending on coolers and new bottles that you had to buy. I said, what? And they started doing credit checks. In order to get bottled water, they did credit checks because people were running off with these coolers and bottles, right? So they started turning down probably 30 to 40% of customers that they previously would have allowed to have water now are getting turned down. So I told him, I go to the office and start showing him the numbers like, hey, man, look, actually, all those people you turned down, you don't have to turn down, because all these bottles and coolers that we got back Those you've already written off the inventory. So why don't you turn them into cash customers? Every time we deliver, they have to pay cash. Otherwise, no delivery. I was like, he's like at first listening. All right, this sounds interesting. I said, it's more than interesting. I said, look at the numbers. This is how many people we turned down over the last 6 months. This is how many bottles we got over the last 6 months. First year, just on this number without doing anything, we keep this static. That's $100,000 cash. And it's $10,000 per month cash. No outlay from you. And the driver's already doing the same delivery route. He's going this on the same street. So there's no additional money out of your pocket. So that's $10,000. But I said, that's not the thing. The thing is this. I'm using static numbers, but what happens when you start realizing that this number is double? It's really, that was a 6-month number. I fooled you. So therefore, in a year, it's 200,000 cash in the safe. And he's like, wait, what? I said, yeah. He starts looking. Next thing I tell him is, well, get this. Why don't you just then send people over to make a department, my department, for everybody that doesn't qualify, you turn them over to my side. And then everybody turns into a customer. So we can't lose. So now that 200,000, if this is done right, according to some numbers and trends, I pointed out, I said, man, we're actually at 300K this in 1 year's time. In 2 years' time, we have $1 million cash. We're freaking drug dealers at this point. And he's like, oh my God, I see this. That's right. I said, that's right. So he takes it and he says, Eric, come back and see me in about 2 weeks. I said, okay. Now I'm sitting there looking at him like, I just laid down something to you that you don't even have to spend any extra money, don't have to do anything. And you're sitting here looking at me like I got to think about it for 2 weeks. Now, remember, all the coolers, all the bottles are already paid for. There's nothing he has to pay for out of his own pocket. All that happens is a phone call comes and a person says, yes, my credit's not good enough, but I will take the service and I'll pay cash every time somebody comes. There's nothing to do. It's free money. So I go back in 2 weeks. I walk in his office. I said, hey, man, so what did you guys decide? He says, yeah, Eric, we think it's a good idea, but nah, we're not going to implement it. I said, so you'd rather bleed money by reordering bottles and coolers? I was like, that doesn't make no sense. That means you're always going to be bleeding cash and you're not going to have customers. So the customers you used to have, that 30% of customers that you used to accept and now you do a credit check and don't accept, you won't have them either. And you're going to be bleeding money. So I said, consider this my 2-week notice. You're going to be out of business in 6 months. Have a nice life. Walked out. And then people started coming downstairs going, man, we heard you turned in you got your 2-week notice right now. I said, you're damn right. You guys better find a good job. You're not going to be in business too long. And they started asking me why. And I started telling them. I said, hey, this is why. You guys are bleeding money and dumbass upstairs is sitting here acting like these free bottles and coolers. He doesn't care about utilizing that to get cash money up front so he doesn't have to buy this stuff no more. And they're just like, what's going on with this? I was like, okay, don't worry about it. I'm not going to explain it to you. I just gave the dude $1 million idea in about 2 years or less. And he's sitting here talking about whatever. I said, you guys will be out of business. So I was wrong. They didn't go out of business in 6 months. They went out of business in 9. But either way. So that's one of my work adventures that I couldn't do it. And by the way, Victor Marrero, if you're still here, here's another story I'll give you. I worked for Delta Dental also in Sacramento, and they had a job on the board. And that's the second part. The first part is I did my work so good. And what I didn't tell you guys is I was going to have a second in a minor in computers. So I could actually code. I could do all kind of stuff with computers back in the day. So anyhow, I just didn't want to go back to college because it was a waste of my time. So I said, I'm out. I need to get things done. I need to fly. So I worked for Delta Dental for a little while. And as it turns out, because of my skill set, when they changed the computer system, people didn't know how it worked, even though I didn't even do the computer system. But because of my skill set, they said, hey, Eric, do you think you know how to do this efficiently and better? I said, hell yeah. So I started messing with the system, getting an understanding of those things. I said, okay. They said, can you train our managers? The guy's getting paid double what I'm getting paid. Sure, no problem. So I didn't have no problem with that. So they called me in on a few sessions, maybe 4 or 5. Nobody else in the building can train these people. All right. So now a job comes up. One of the job requirements was, oh, and by the way, Victor Marrero, I was trying to return to Puerto Rico, by the way. The job for Delta Dental was in Puerto Rico. So I was like, oh, back to the motherland. So the job requirement was 4-year degree, worked there for 2 years, and I can't remember what the third thing was. Here's the funniest part. There's only like 3 people on the whole West Coast that would qualify for this job. I'm one of the 3, except that little requirement about 2 years working there. I was at like 1 year, 10 months. So I still said 2 months short. Let's go for it. As it turns out, only 2 people applied for the job, me and someone else. The someone else didn't meet all the requirements. I came up 2 months short, but they came up college education short. So I'm thinking 2 months short, college education short, and I'm training management. The other person, the ordinary citizen, I'm like, I'm going back to Puerto Rico. Okay. They come in, they sit down. Eric, I'm sorry. You didn't get the promotion. Excuse me? What are you talking about? I said, I already know the other person. They didn't qualify under the fact that the schooling or something, they don't have that. I said, yeah, they have everything else. And I don't have the 2 years. I'm only 2 months short. They were like, I'm sorry. Well, I took offense. I'm in my 20s. I said, are you kidding? So you got me up here training management. Why don't you have that person do it then? They're like, they can't. I said, well, then but they got hired for a job that's above the pay grade we both have now. I took offense. So once again, that didn't go over too pretty either. This is why I couldn't work at certain places. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So this is just some of the little things that everybody goes through in life. But for me, I had options. I didn't have to. I was like, F you then. I was like, I still work there though. It's just that when they came up to me next and said, hey, Eric, we want you to train these guys, this new crew for the system and blah, blah, blah. I was like, kiss my ass. Quite frankly. That's what I said. You need to go get somebody else up in here. Because apparently my skill set keeps me in the same position. So I don't need to be acting like I'm somebody else. I'm just going back to my normal duties that are my pay grade. So you guys can, and I said a bunch of other things too. Let's just say I wasn't pleasant with management at that point. And from that point on, let's just say I'm just doing my job. Not a very happy camper. For the disrespect is what I felt. They didn't feel it was disrespectful. I did. And then they did disrespect number two is I volunteered to do a graveyard or swing shift. I can't remember the one. And we did get paid higher for swing shift. So I'm sitting there, and then they go, hey, we have a new manager or new somebody coming in that's going to be your new manager. Now, the new manager I actually know. And the funniest part is on the totem pole, if you had, because we had a ranking, so to speak, she's like in the day shift. She's like not even in the top 10, like top 20. She may be top 20, but not top 10. She's not like one of the superstars. She's manager, shows up on our crew, and she's now the manager. I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, all these people are getting promoted while I'm sitting here like training these clowns. I'm like, this is craziness. So I was like, had a fence again. So I was like, enough with this disrespect. I'm out. And by the way, 100% true. I actually had my own office across town. So whenever I left my job, I would just go to my office across town. So I was already making extra money across town doing my thing. But I still worked there because I was only 20 something, just so I could be in the systems, So it was crazy. But anyhow, long stories. Do you sometimes meet those employees from that company? No. That's a whole nother story, man. Jeez. 100% true. Asking me questions. Okay, I've ran into a few of them. So I'll give you one story. These are all fun, man. I got to write this stuff down. There is this is fun and games. In the 2 weeks, when I put my resignation in at Crystal Water, during that 2 week time, there's a concert, Earth, Wind, and Fire, along with somebody else, I can't remember, at the amphitheater in Sacramento. And I told the guys, and again, I was always the same way, even with my coworkers. I don't hang out with coworkers, but in this case, I know I'm leaving in 2 weeks. And they go, yeah, man, who's going to that Earth, Wind, and Fire concert and whatever? And I say, I am. And then I start saying things like, you guys, it's at the amphitheater. And if you guys come with me, you don't have to pay to get in. And tickets, I don't know what they are, $35, I'll say. I said, you don't have to pay to get in. And no, we won't be sitting in the nosebleed section. I tell them where we'll be sitting at. And I say, we'll be sitting on the rail. So it's direct view straight through. And they're all in disbelief. They're like, nah, he's just this Crystal Water dude, collector guy. So he's lying. He's not going to have 10 tickets in that section. He's not going to, all this stuff, right? So I don't work there. The concert's like a week after I don't work there. And the funniest thing happened. I'm sitting there in the row. I'm sitting with a few of my friends. And like I said, when in my 20s, let's just say I'm going to brag a little bit. I used to hang out with the most beautiful women in all of Sacktown. All right. So the thing is, I told them who I was going to be with, and they were all like, no way possible. We know who that is. I said, no, she's going to be with me at the concert. So these guys, I see them when they come, but everybody that comes in the venue has to walk down this one path. So you're going to walk right by me. And sure enough, 7 or 8 of my old employees, they see me. They're like, you got to be kidding. He wasn't lying. He was telling the truth, and he's here with, no way. This can't be happening. We could have been sitting right here with him. I said, yeah, where you guys sitting at? They're like, oh, back there in the lawn or some crappy, crazy stuff. So that's the only time I see the old employees. I don't move in the same circles as my friends, my contemporaries usually. So I'd rarely see them out and about. They're not going to be in the same places I'm going to be at. So I don't go to clubs all the time back then and all that. I'm not in those places. So I'm usually in different areas. In fact, I should have some people on now that you're mentioning this. Speaking of Earth, Wind, and Fire, I'm going to tell you guys. I'm going to give you a story too. 100% true. You're going to bring out my whole books. Not all of it. I got a lot more. I'm going to bring out my book stories. What do you like about Puerto Rico and Mexico? Man, 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 man. Okay, first of all, Puerto Rico is a United States territory. That's the first thing. Second thing, Puerto Ricans aren't United States territory, which is the most beautiful thing on the planet. In America, you come over here, you see my skin, I'm black in America. In Puerto Rico, I'm Puerto Rican. All right? You could be white, Puerto Rican. Anything in between, Puerto Rican. And don't start talking crazy about, oh, yeah, you're USA. No, they take offense to this. You're Puerto Rican first. Now, how you treat somebody is more important. The character of you is more important. So that's the whole thing. Puerto Rico, it's a damn shame what has happened from the American standpoint, because the people are some of the most awesome on the planet. I mean, this is like, I'm glad I lived there, because your next door neighbors are really your next door neighbors. Hey, come on over 5, 6 buildings over, villas over, apartments over, depending on where you live, where everybody's fixing food. Let's go down to the beach, whatever. It was family affairs. I mean, it's beautiful, like it's supposed to be, man. Poverty levels, it is what it is. But the fact of the matter is, people treated people with like everybody's one. We're all Puerto Rican. So, let's go to the beach, fire up something. I mean, it's like, man, it's like one of the best experiences ever. Mexico's not even. Mexico's just a tourist type spot to me. It's cool though. I like my favorite spot's Los Cabos, but Puerto Rico though, no place like it. I would wish that on everybody to stay there, because I swear you don't have to worry about prejudice and all this stuff. And then as soon as I land in America, it's straight off the top. Over there, it was just like everybody was Puerto Rican. You speak the language, and you'll learn it pretty fast if you're there. People are nice. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. It's one of the coolest places ever. So that's what I like about it, man. Mexico, not so much. Mexico is just all right, but like I say, I like Cabo area. Puerto Vallarta is getting a little, well, it is crazy now. Mazatlan's chilled. I mean, there's a but I like Cabo, Los Cabos. I don't stay in San Jose. Well, I shouldn't say that either. I stay in San Jose del Cabo, my spot, which I never told people. I stay at the Dreams in San Jose del Cabo, but most of the time I stay in Los Cabos. So, but it's cool, man. Cool, cool, cool. All right, last story. Then I'll go. All right, let's see, because we're talking about Earth, Wind, and Fire. Here goes the story. So I'm going out with this girl, and she says, meet me at this bar in South Sacramento. Now, South Sacramento is not so much the greatest place to be hanging out at, especially when it's a random bar. If it's one of the places that's a designated cool spot, that's cool. But this girl says, meet me at this bar off of, I don't remember. Crazy. But anyhow, it's just a neighborhood type bar. Meet me there. And of course, one of the most beautiful women. So, hey, well, I'm coming to see what you're talking. I get over there, and this guy is sitting next to me at the bar. She introduced me to him, and to this day I call him G. He introduced me to him, and so we're just sitting there for like, geez, just drinking, eating, having nice chit chat. He's sitting there, and then the next thing you know, I don't even know how it came up, but it was something like something about music or something came up. And then he just started saying, well, I play the guitar and I play in some bands around here. It doesn't even say much. And so I'm like, okay, but he's just a cool guy, impressionable, he's nice. And then she just keeps saying, yeah, he's cool. He's cool. I said, yeah, he's cool. He's cool. I like it, you know. So I say, gee, I'll see you later, man. And so I see it go another time. He's there again. Talk to him. We don't really talk about anything. Just, you know, how's the weather as far as I remember. But remember this part about where I said I went to the amphitheater and it's the Earth, Wind, and Fire? Unbelievably, I'm sitting there and I'm like, part of the band is this dude that I've been sitting next to twice for a couple of hours having drinks and chit-chatting with. He never said that he was actually in the, he never said that he played with artists. He just said he played guitar. And I didn't realize what he was talking about. So I see him on stage. Earth, Wind, and Fire, he's playing with them. He's not a member of Earth, Wind, and Fire, but apparently when they go around from city to city, they have their preferred artist that knows their music or whatever. And then as it turns out, some people may know who Karen White is. Come to find out, that's her husband. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. I didn't even know she lived in Sacramento. So small world. And from that point on, I know other people in the music business in Sacramento, and I'm at certain little different places like record released or some little parties, and then G shows up. So it's crazy. Let's see. I'm in South Africa, currently in Korea. Oh, South African, currently in. Nothing wrong with Korea, man. What are you doing? Kimchi? Are you eating the kimchi over there? Let me know. Because I don't. I'm just saying. Just let me know. Even though it's good for you, actually, but I don't eat that. Are we? Well, you have to be in South Korea, I would imagine. So, where are we at? Seoul? Where you at? Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Over there in the Asian country. Nothing wrong with that, man. People are nice over there. You know what's interesting is I think it was Seoul, Korea. I love their airports because of the sleeping areas. I just thought that was fascinating. I love that. I knew he was going to say this. I knew he was going to say this. I knew he was going to say this. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Wow, man. Okay, so you're over there having a real, oh my God, I can't remember this stuff. I want to say you're going to take offense maybe if you've been there long enough. Hibachi, but it's not hibachi. It's teppanyaki. So let me know, man. All right, I got to get out of here. This 100% true. He's over here in Korea. We got some international flavor tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So that's pretty sweet. All right, so I will do this. Since I played one thing, let me do another one. Let's see. Since I've been talking about having a little fun. How about this one for a little fun?
But it would have been so awesome. I was going to soar right through here like this. And whoops, I'm sorry. Vin Diesel, excuse me. My bad. Big fan though, Mr. Diesel. Excuse me. And then I'd be flying, and I'd land right. Where do I land?
Come on.
All right, some more of that SSN lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen. I would have more pictures if I was like the internet guys, but I don't. I have a few more that I found, which actually, I don't know if I'm going to ever break those out, but they're in storage. So I did find them, though, when I packed stuff up from Cali, but I don't know where they are now. So I don't know if we'll be able to make some more stories, because we're up to 12 or 13. We're up to 12. And I never made 13 or 14, and I might be able to make a 13 or 14 because I have a few more, because I forgot about my land auction thing. I could add that, a few other things. All right. Well, there's the storyline. You guys are still here. I've done 4 hours, and now I've been talking about my own little story, own little life, the book that's going to come out. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but you guys have no idea. There's so much stuff that's a crossover that you guys won't believe it, because a friend of mine called me up and he said, "E, we got to write a book." And he actually has a part. We each have a part in each other's little story timelines, because we crossed over. We came to Sacramento area about the same time. And then we have parallel type situations that occurred. And when he threw parties, we threw parties. We did all kind of stuff together that actually is not even part of the stories that I'm telling you guys about. So he's like, "Do you remember this?" And then I tell him, "Do you remember this?" And we're getting older where we can't remember all the crazy stuff, but together we can. So it makes it very, very interesting when we're out here doing all this stuff. He's like, "You're the real deal." Oh, that's funny. You haven't seen nothing, man. In fact, you're gonna get like 2 more of those SSN lifestyle video things I've done. And that's actually, I haven't done really much in the last. Well, hold on. I'm going to show you something. I haven't done much in the last 4 years because I've been doing this on YouTube, trying to help people out. That's been the objective, because the day was going to come that's coming now, and it's happening right now. And most people are going to misstep doing what happened in 2021 and 2022 by buying a house that's overpriced by 20 to 40 to 50%. And if that could have been avoided, then on the other side, you'll be able to buy a house at 20, 30, 40, 50% off. And that's where you want to be, because then from that point on, you'll have a better upside, being able to have more of an asset and from the appreciation of the property. So therefore, that's where we want you to be at. And then if you can tie in some extra streams of revenue into that, now you're going to win at a better rate, because all you need to do is win one time. All you need is that one time where you buy a house for $250,000, it ends up going to $750 or something like that. And then you can take out $200,000 and buy another asset and have another return of money coming in. That's what you really want to get yourself into, because being able to produce extra streams of revenue, there's no guarantee. From every 2 to 4 to 5 years, technology changes. So what you could do 3-4 years ago, you may not be able to do 3-4 years later. So therefore, there's constants. Real estate, constants. Business is not constant, but if you know how to start a business, then you can always try a different business venture. So it makes things a little bit better. All right. Wait, how can I invest in real estate in the U.S.? What do you mean? Anybody can invest in real estate in the U.S. Just like anybody can invest in real estate in the Dominican Republic. We want you to get into, well, I shouldn't say we, I want you to get into real estate, no credit check, no qualifying. So that means pre-construction properties. Somebody, if you can get pre-construction rentals, and they only cost, pre-construction condos or villas, and they only cost $150,000 or less, and you can rent those out for $100 per night, 75, 95, 100, 125 per night, and you have a high demand area such as Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, where you can possibly rent out at 80%, but I'll drop it to 63%, like when we had Gwen on, and he said he does 63% rental. I'll take that. That's 18 nights rough. Well, that's actually more. But if you can get 18 nights, 15 nights, and somebody gives you, you can buy something for, let's say, $150,000, and you can get 15 nights at $100. That's $1,500 a month. Somewhat of a passive income stream. Some of that's going to have to go towards any, loans. But the point of the matter is, no credit check, no qualifying, and you can be from anywhere in the world, whether it's America or Dominican Republic. It's deeded. Nobody's stopping you. Pre-construction. So simple. Or if you have the money to just come out and get a loan, then you're going to have to put down, well, you're outside, so you're going to have to put down 20% and then get a loan in America, and even in DR probably, if that's the way you want to go. So yeah, you can invest in real estate, and you're going to want to get real estate in the United States after June or July of 2023. After that, until June or July of 2024, somewhere in there is going to be the sweet spot. That's when you want to buy. You don't want to buy now. You don't want to buy in 3 months or 2 months. You want to wait till people don't buy, because interest rates are going to be another, 1 percentage point higher in the next 4 months. So that's what you want to do. We can loan you. There we go. There's Wilson Koo chiming in. Wilson Koo does loans. He does lending. He does funding. So there's the man that you want to get in touch with. So you can go to quickeasyfunds.com. That's the man you want to go see. And there's the link. I put it in the chat room, but it's QUIK, E as in Eric, Z as in Zebra, funds.com, quickeasyfunds.com. Or you can send me a message at support@stopstrugglingnow.com. All right. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. All right. So I'm going to do 2 more SSN lifestyles. This is basically for our international man of mystery, 100% true tonight, from Korea, of all places. In fact, I don't think anybody's ever seen the YouTube channel from Korea. So this is awesome. So I'm going to give you 2 more. So of the SSN lifestyle, let's see here. This is okay. Let's do this one.
Come on, come on.
All right. Then I'll do one more, because I have 12 of them here. I got to make some more of these. All right. So that was Super Bowl stuff. Crazy. All right. Thanks, Eric and SSN family. No problem. Mr. Wilson Koo, is it realistic to earn a 15% return? Yes. Yes, it's realistic. Yes. You can always search the channel from some real estate investing videos that I produced already, and I go over. In fact, there's one that I should do one of these every 6 months, real estate investment course, I call it, where I actually talk about it, and I actually go over the numbers. Because if you want a 15% return, If you have something you buy at $100,000 and you need your net profit to be 15,000, then you kind of know the numbers. You need to make like $1,250 profit, right, every month. That'll give you 15,000. $1,250 profit is not that hard if you bought a $100,000 condo and you're able to rent it out for $95 a night, $100 a night, and 15 nights is profit, if that ends up being all profit. But all I'm saying is you get pretty damn close. And actually, the way I'm trying to do things is 20% in the DR, because the numbers don't lie. If you're able to do $125,000 property and you can get $150 per night, now you're cooking, right? Profit wise, I'm referring to. So now we're cooking. We're at like 1,500 profit. And if you can get 2 weeks of that, $3,000 per month, now all of a sudden you're smashing records. You're going to be in the 20 percentile range. So it's very, very easy. Well, I shouldn't say anything's very easy. All I'm saying is you have to actually go for it. But no credit check, no qualifying is what gets it done over in the Dominican Republic, because you're doing pre-construction. It'll be finished in 2 years. You can put down 10%, and then you pay anywhere from $800 a month to $1,500 a month for 2 years. There's your down payment. And now all you do is get a loan. And your loan to value is going to be lower than 60% LTV. So you already put in the 40% or 50. And so therefore, you shouldn't have a problem getting it financed. And then you turn around and put on Airbnb or VRBO. And even if you just rent it 2 weeks a month, you should still be at 15 to 25 percentile range. So that's how it works. Good night, fam. Good night with you, Wilson Koo. You were here this long listening to some of the stories that I've never told before, but there you go. All right. Thank you so much for being here. And then 4 hours in, it's been enjoyable with 100% True from Korea. So that was the Super Bowl stuff. Here's the last one. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I'm going to do 3 because since you're in Korea, I'm going to show you this. This is funny. Let's see. Here you go.
Come on, come on.
All right, 100% True. Yeah, you know what's funny is I should have pictures in Korea too, but maybe I'll find them one day. All right. So since you're over there, I figured I'd at least get to the Philippines, man. I'll get close by for you on that last little video adventure right there. Thank you so much, Wilson Koo. Great showing stories. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the love. I appreciate that. All right. So the Philippines one I threw in for you. So this will be the last one. I have more, but this will be, I'm going to go with this last one here. Yeah, there you go. Here you go. All right, 100% true. There you go. That's some of the SSN lifestyle work. That's the sister property that I started. I'm the CEO and founder of. So there you go. Here we go. We got King Choice in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Friday night live stream, late night edition. The piece you did about the beach in Puna Cana hurt my heart, man. I signed that contract back in March of this year, thinking it was a good vacation Airbnb investment. King Choice, it's all right, man. It's all right. Don't worry about that video I made about the 25%. Yes, and there's some other things, but let's just put things in perspective. There's nothing wrong with the investment. Let's just get that straight. The thing is, I don't know what they're going to do. If you sign the contract in March, that means you have that 25% thing in there too. And so I didn't know if you're able to pull out or if you, whatever you decided to do, but let me know. But the fact of the matter is, once they finish that, it's still going to be sweet. Still going to be sweet. You're still going to be able to rent it at whatever, $200 a night or $150 or whatever the case may be. You're still going to be in the sweet spot because you got it at the right price, I believe. So let me know which one you got. But you'll be fine. It's just that I didn't, when I got it, I was it was supposed to be just like, it was supposed to be something different than what it is going to end up being. And I'm looking for something a little different. Plus, I didn't want them to do that 25% program. And I wasn't going to sit around waiting for another 2 years to find out. That's all it is. But if you decide to stay and decide to do it, you're still going to be fine. Because it's going to be cool as hell. Did you see that picture of the penthouse unit? Sheesh. And also, King Choice, let me know which unit did you get. You're still going to be fine on the Airbnb. They're gonna it's still going to be fine. I mean, it's not like bad. I was just a little worried that they're going to try and do that implement that 25% increase. That's all it was. Well, that's not all, but that's one of the things. Plus, the other thing was it's not going to be done probably for another 2 years. So right now, March, I think it was going to be 2024 March, right? So I don't think, well, we'll see what happens. What building are you in? Are you in like building? Let me know what you're in, King Choice. What building did you get? Are you in the arena building or are you at the beach? Because if you're at the beach, if you signed in March, that means you're going to be in building 18 or 20 or 19 or something. If you signed at the arena, are you in same thing? Are you like in building 10 or 12 or something like that? Let me know. Or are you saying it hurts your heart because I said, hey, what's up with the 25%? Yeah, but it's all relative, man. Some people said they don't care about that. Some people are saying they don't think the 25% is going to happen, which could be true. But I just know over time, it's going to be hard not to implement some additional costs. So when you're talking about $250,000 and somebody says, hey, you got to pay 10% more, that's 25 grand more. When somebody says you got to pay 20, King Choice, nice. Which section, the arena or the beach? Which building? So if you signed in March, like I said, is it building 20, 20, 21, 22, 18? Well, actually, they had others. No, not on the first floor. First floor always went because it has that extra terrace area. And the first floor on the arena goes directly to the beach. So how much did you buy the first? 22. Yep. Yep. So, so you, that was, what was it? 180? Was it 180 at that time? 170 for the 2-bedroom? Yeah. So I think was that the building I was supposed to be in? I think so. But yeah, man, it's not all bad. It's still going to be sweet once they finish it. The other thing is, though, I don't know when they're going to finish it. I mean, I think you're going to be done in 2020. 2024, maybe for the building 22, maybe even 2025. That's the only thing. But I mean, you still bought it for under 250. That's all that matters. So I wasn't trying to hurt nobody, but I was trying to let people know about that 25%, which is actually the weirdest part. So they're saying they may not do it, but if you bought something for, is it 186 for the 2-bedroom or 175 or something? But if it was that, and then they deliver, and then they tell you, hey, it's going to cost you an extra 50 G's or 40 G's, you're going to be like, what? No, we want 225 instead of 175. You're going to be like, that's a different story, right? I don't know how many people would pull that trigger. So all I'm saying, that's one of the reasons I was like, I'm not going to find out, because I can invest in something else that has the same amenities. It's not downtown and costs less or same. So it ended up being a monetary thing for me. Yep. Yeah. Oh, after you said Soleil 22, I knew it was the beach at that point, because Arena doesn't have that. First, they don't have the Soleil and all that. But yeah, I knew it was going to be that. I had a feeling. That's why I said, is it building 20, 21, 22, 18, somewhere in there when you said March? Because in March, that's the only building they had left. And then I don't even know if they did 23 and 24 yet. Oh, wait, you got more than the 2-bedroom then, man. King Choice. He's being modest. King Choice, it's not a 2-bedroom you have, man. You got a 3-bedroom in Soleil 22. That's a 3-bedroom. You put 2-bedroom. And he got the discount with 80% down. King Choice. King Choice, you did a great job, man. So now you're going to end up fine. You're going to end up fine. But how come you said it's a 2-bedroom, though? That's a 3-bedroom. He got the, it was 237,500. I think you're the reason why I was a little pissed, because they didn't open up buildings 23 and 24, and that bottom floor of Soleil 22, or was it 20? It was available for 237.5. And then they said, no, not available. I was like, what are you talking about? It's on the list, man. I had other issues going on. I'm like, what are you talking about? So then I was like, all right, give me second floor or whatever the hell it was. And actually 255. So if I'm not mistaken, so there was all kind of little things going on with me anyhow. But the fact of the matter is, man, 214 after the discount, you're in there. But King Choice, tell me why you calling it a 2-bedroom. I don't think that's it, man. I don't think that's it. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, I want to hear from. No, it's 2. You know how they do in DR and hike the prices for Americans? What the heck? How did you? Come on, man. How did Soleil? Okay, isn't 22 on the turn, right? So after you come up along the back line, then you come across the sidewalk. Wasn't that 22, or was the next, or is it 2 buildings over from the sidewalk, 1 and 2? I thought 22 was right there on the turn. That is, yeah, I do know, King Choice. That's what happened. I was supposed to have the 237.5 for the 3-bedroom, bottom floor, And then next thing I know, they're like gone, and 255 if you want that. And it's a 4-bedroom on the bottom. It's a 4-bedroom, actually. That's wild. 238. That's crazy. I thought that was like 186, 177, something like that. Jesus. So they've escalated in pricing, man. Sheesh. Wow. Well, all I know is the penthouse unit, 450,000 is more than that now. Wow. That's incredible. No, it's too, you know how they do hike the price for Americans. Yeah. Well, King Choice, let me know since you're here, man. How did I break your heart, man? Were you talking? What do you mean exactly? Were you thinking about because of the changes they made where they don't have the hotel? Were you talking about in your contract that had that 25% increase, or what were you talking about? Or are you talking about the everything being delayed because time is money? 22 is the corner building. Yeah, I don't remember. That's what I was thinking. It was on that turn. It's on the turn. As soon as you cross the sidewalk, then it's right there. I'm pretty well, it could be. I can't remember exactly. All I remember is I wanted building 24, but they wouldn't sell it. So there was all kind of stuff I was dealing with. Nonetheless, I still had a contract with them. I still put some money down and all that. But like I said, after they said no hotels, after they said 25% was in stone, after all that, I was like, no, nothing. No, I'm not. I know what's going to happen 2 years from now. You're going to tell me, oh, yeah, well, it was 250, but now we want 300 and some thousand. I'll be like, no. And I'll be upset because then you have to put down all the hundreds of thousands, that 100,000 already, and you're going to be a little upset. They say, give me an extra 50, 60 G's. No. Well, but you'll be fine, man. It'll be finished up. So I think you're going to be good. You'll be good. Did you get anything else over there besides the beach, or did you just buy at the beach? Because that's pretty sweet. The beach is going to be sweet. Let me see did you see that penthouse unit? Let me see if I have it. No, I don't have it. Nope, I don't have it here for you. The penthouse unit actually came out looking pretty hot. Do they also do no credit check, no background checks in the U.S.? No. Okay. First of all, in the U.S., if you want to buy real estate, you're going to need a credit score. If you buy pre-construction in the U.S., depending on where it is, then it's no credit check, no qualifying. But eventually, you're going to have to do a credit check unless you pay full cash. You're going to have to pay a credit check because once you got up to that, you put down 30%, and then they finish building it 2 years later. Now, either you're going to have to give them the remaining, let's call it 200,000, or you're going to have to finance the remaining 200,000 that you owe. So either way, in the Dominican Republic, it works similar. No credit check, no qualifying for pre-construction. So at the end, you're going to find yourself in a loan to value situation, which means you're going to need a loan, or you can pay off in cash. Like King Choice here put down 80% because they gave him a discount. He only owes 20%. So he only owes like 50 grand, if that, 40 grand. So at the end of his time, he owes 40 grand. It's probably going to be worth 300 and some odd $1,000. So they'll give him his 40. I don't know so much about the credit scenario when he only owes less than 15%. So that would be interesting if he tried to finance that portion. But yeah, you're going to eventually need a credit score, whether it's international for outside the U.S. or the United States. You will need a credit score most often. It's hard to get around it, especially without paying cash. So hopefully that helps you out. Let's see. It broke my heart because of the 25% in delay. Yeah, I want to start getting my return on this investment. How much do you believe we can realistically charge for? See, yeah, okay. I'm glad to hear it was that part, because that was the thing too, man. I'm scared. I was scared of that. I got to tell you, really, because we're talking about you're in that section too. If you spent 200 and they start talking about 25%, you're like, okay, that's $50-some thousand more at 214. So you're like $57,000 more. So you're gonna go from owing like whatever that was, 20%, 41,000, and the next thing you know, they're like, oh, that'll be 96,000, sir. I'm like, you'd be like, what are you talking about? So that's what I was afraid of. And remember, I'm 25,000 more than, well, actually more than that. But remember, mine was at 250, the one you're talking about, 257 or whatever it was. So now I was like, wait, 25% more. I'm like, that could be another 60, 70K or something. And we still got to talk about furniture. So I was like, no, I'm not going to be happy spending $300 and some odd $1,000 for a condo. And that's what I really think is going to happen. And the unknown factor of things that were supposed to be there is not there. That was the other. There's lots of little things. It's like the hotel's not there, which kind of threw things off. Then I find out that we're going to have to pay for the shuttle, which I thought was part of our HOAs. I was just like, man, you guys, what's going on? So there's all these little things, man. But after you put down 80 and you only owe that little bit, you're going to be fine. Like I said, it's going to be upscale. It looks beautiful for what they've done so far. It's just, I was looking for more of a resort atmosphere more than anything else. But everybody who bought anyhow, up until the next, you got about another 2-3 months, you're going to be fine. Everything after that, once these interest rates come back down and things start getting crazy and they have the 8 million visitors next year, things are going to get hectic. But like you said, that delay is going to be serious. I think they're going to be done in 2025. Probably, man, I don't know, 2024. But it's going to be very, very interesting. All right. Well, we had a nice talk tonight. 100% True kept me on for an extra hour and a half. What the hell? I didn't mind. I got some more stories out people have never heard. And since there's not that many people here, some people will never hear the story. So anyhow, those stories came out. So that was fun for me because, again, I've been contemplating writing a book because I'll never remember all this stuff. And it's pretty wild. Pretty wild times. All right. And there's some people that actually you guys I've had on before that knows about some of this stuff. Like Willie's been on, Darcy's been on, LaRon's been on. Even though we talk business and stuff, these guys, we've known each other for 2 decades, 3 decades. We've known each other for a while. And we've been in several situations together, fun and games and fun times. So maybe one of these times I'll have some friends on talking about some of this stuff. So from their perspectives. So that'll help out. And oh, by the way, after all this time, I started talking stories and got off track. So this will have to be another live stream on Monday. I got to get to this point right here. I have this down below in the description. Here goes taxes. Now, all of us Airbnbers, we always got a 1099. So again, anybody that sees this and you're following these guys on Airbnb, and they start showing how much they make. I took offense to this because I saw a couple guys on Airbnb talking about this is how much I make, and they started showing some bogus. I don't even know what they are. They started showing some screens, but everybody on Airbnb gets 1099s. So therefore, they should have been showing their 1099s. So when I did my Airbnb thing, I showed my 1099s because that's what they send us. They don't send us to some website to show you how much you make. It's either on Airbnb that shows you, or your 1099 that they send you show you how much you make. So this right here is the new latest reporting because of the $600 that we receive or more from anybody. Here's the tax pros and Venmo and PayPal tax reporting. They're going to send out 1099Ks for personal payments potentially. Anybody that has received over $600, I highly suggest you read this article. Highly suggest. The reason why a couple experts give you a way that you don't have to pay the taxes on, because there's a way that you can count it as $600, yes, coming in, but then it's not really for business. So therefore, you write it off in a different section. So read this article. I put it down below in the description so people can get helped out. It doesn't, one size does not fit all for everybody, but in this case, they'll give you an example and you can write it off. All right. You add it in one location and then write it off in another. So that's how it works, or can be done legally. Don't do anything illegal with the IRS because it gets crazy. So you guys didn't see it. I didn't have it on the screen apparently. So this is what I was referring to. Tax pros expecting the worst. Venmo, PayPal, tax reporting change how to handle payments. Many Americans are bracing. So there you go. All right. So just give you an idea. I have a link to this article down below the video in the description. This is one that I've had all night, and I was given story time. So we get into it, but that's just something you can handle for yourself. All right. That's pretty much it. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. I see I have one last question. Then we're going to cut it off. Let's see. Last question. Can you resell the property at twice the price after construction? There's no guarantee on twice the price. I'm just going by what we bought before has doubled. But if you were lucky enough to get something in 2020, 2020, 2018, 2019, something in there, you pretty much double. The value is doubled. It depends on what you buy right now if the value is going to double. But there are a few spots still left. Larimar City in Dominican Republic, you can buy a one-bedroom for $89,000, a two-bedroom for $120,000. They're small, 60 square meters for a two-bedroom and 44 square meters for a one-bedroom, something like that. So that's pretty small in my opinion. But the price is right, and Larimar City is upscale. So in theory, it should be good. It's all in theory because this is brand new. The infrastructure is brand new. So I always use terms like in theory because there's no way to guarantee how much you're going to be able to rent a place for with a area that's not built yet. The infrastructure is not complete yet and won't be complete for 2 to 4 to 6 years. So just keep that in mind. So there's no way to guarantee it after the construction. But if you buy at the right location, like Larimar City, yeah, after it's done, I believe it'll be worth double the value. Not every place, but that place, yes. Cruise on land, yes. The beach at these prices, hard to say. I don't think you can buy a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom for $200. Well, they're more than that, $250, and they're going to be worth $500. I don't think that's going to be the case. So some places you can still get that double proposition, but there's others that you may not because the price is already over the 200s into the 250s range. So the odds are not against you for doubling. But if you get something under like 150, 125, 100, somewhere like that, under those numbers, then you should be fine. And your profit margin will stay at a nice 15, 20, 25% straight out the box. You won't have to wait 3 years, 6 years later where you raise the rent, then you'll get your 15 or 20%. You could get that right as it's delivered to you when you buy at a lower rate. So I hope y'all 100% true. And King Choice, very nice to see you on this late night. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. I'm going to run. The long story train continued way too long. But please, again, join us on Monday at 8:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That would be greatly appreciated. And once again, it's hard out here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to always do the same thing. We're going to make sure that we give you information that can help you make money. We're going to give you information for that passive money. We're going to make sure we give you information to help you out, just like trying to make sure you don't pay tax on the 1099K that you're about to receive if you received any payment over $600. Not all payments are business. So therefore, you're going to be able to write it off. But you got to write it off on particular sections of your tax returns. All right? Just keep that in mind. So hopefully you guys enjoyed a little bit of what we talked about tonight, and join me again on Monday, and everybody else here in the SSN Nation. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support over all these years. And we're going to keep it going for 2024 as well. And with all that said, keep your head up, keep moving, and I'm out.